sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Backpack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. A Strolling win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters ESL Chengdu 2024 closed qualifier here for North America. I'm Dark Mike. This is JRT. We're bringing you the action there. John, you're in a t-shirt. I guess you keep the house a little warmer than I do.
Yeah,
because
it's
I'm sweatered up.
honestly, it's the computers down here. We have 3 PCs because my wife has her work PC and her personal PC down here, and they're all running at the same time. So they're basically heating this entire space. I'm good.
So what I'm learning is I need to get more PCs.
Yes.
But you know what else is going to be hot tonight, John, is going to be the Counter-Strike. We got some good action going your way. By the end of this weekend, we're going to crown one more team through to IEM Chengdu, the newest IEM on the calendar. Let's take a look at the 4 teams that we've got going here. It's a pretty compact bracket that we've got. It is double elimination. That's a key thing to think about early on, so you will get 2 chances. And these are our first matchups. M80 Wildcard going over, and Team Liquid Boss, which we'll be taking you through here on this stream. That's quite the pantry that we've got stocked for them here, John.
Yeah, honestly, I think that every single team here is at the top of NA right now, which is not always the case when we get into these close qualifiers. But yeah, M80 and Wildcard, I think that's going to be a really good matchup. I still favor M80 overall, given how well they've played as of late. But Wildcard's starting to find their form. I was a little concerned about them at the latter part of last year when they had just formed up, but now they're starting to look pretty good. And then you have Boss and Liquid. And I mean, obviously, Liquid has been as promised for once. We have as promised for a team that has a really star-studded roster. It was expected, in my opinion, and they just like really sailed through both the open qualifiers and closed qualifiers for the RMR, and of course the open qualifiers here.
Yeah, I mean, there have been some blips. There have been some matches that were definitely tougher than expected. They had one Overpass battering against M80. They've had a couple of matches where, you know, against opponents that you would expect them to mow down, it's been a little bit tougher. But you're definitely seeing them learn, right? You're seeing those moments where the team's starting to put the chemistry together, where a roster that's really just a bunch of disparate pieces coming together. Yes, they're incredibly talented individual pieces, but, Cadian's never played with any of these guys. Skulls has never played with any of these guys. Twist has played with exactly one of these guys, right? It is a lot of different pieces. The only chemistry you have from the previous core is Naf and Yekindar, and you've even got a new coach in there. So it's a wholly new project, and it's being built from the ground up. But definitely the early returns have been encouraging. I don't think there's any way to say that else. But on the other side of things, man, Boss, we were not really sure with Wolfie moving out. Wolfie, a guy they had attributed a lot of their sort of strong run at the end of ECL last season too. With Cynic coming in, there were some question marks about how they do, but they just continue to chug along, man. They continue to grow, and they're looking really damn good. Again, another team confirmed through to the RMR as well.
Yeah, I mean, every single team in this close qualifiers into the RMR, which is amazing, right? And
Yeah.
then you look at the reason why Boss has so much success. I think it comes down to Cryptic in terms of his leadership style, in terms of the way he embraces all the ideas that come from his team. He doesn't seem like the type of leader that says, "Oh, this is the way, and that's the only thing that we can accept is my way or the highway." He's the one who listens and adapts. And one example of that was when he said Wolfie literally taught them how to play Vertigo. He doesn't have that ego, He said, "Okay, Wolfie, you know how to play Vertigo better. Why don't you show us what we should be doing?" And they got better on that map as a result. Sure, Wolfie's not part of the team anymore, but that experience they gained is never going to go away. And I just think this core is so very strong. I was concerned too when Wolfie was dropping away from this roster. I said, "Really? They made Pro League and you're not going to stick around?" But I said, "Okay." But Cynic happened to become available right after. I said, "Okay, that's a perfect replacement to find." Cynic is a very serviceable offer, and I would say also a very versatile player, right? In terms of what he can do. He's played every single role, so he can always swap out and do other things if he has to at any point in the future. But right now, of course, the opping role is what he has to fill.
Yeah, it is a little bit of an interesting one, right? We've seen some teams step away from the op in a position of prominence, so there's definitely a little more room to play with a hybrid as opposed to a Teddy Alper. But I think you're right to heap a lot of praise onto Cryptic. He's somebody that has definitely caught our eye over the last few months. I mean, just a 22 young guy really exploded onto our radar last season of ECL, and continues to make this team look better and better and better, considering all the issues they've had. Losing org support, having players move on, having to swap the op twice in the last 3 months. Now they've got Axe working with them as a coach as well, bringing some of the experience that he gained in that stint over on Evil Geniuses. And I mean, this is another one of the we've now got like a lot of very promising North American rosters, which is just it's been an adjustment, man, to get used to being like, I am excited about like 5 teams instead of it being like we have one team that's good. It's amazing, bro. We've got an embarrassment of riches here. Boss is exciting, Wildcard's exciting, M80 is exciting. Like, look wherever you want. The teams are good.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing over the last couple of weeks. Just great to see all these teams come into their own. And one thing that's even better is, when Wildcard came in and said, "Okay, we're taking Slight, we're building an entirely new team," you were worried about the ex-Wildcard guys. You're like, oh my God, like, what are they going to do? They just lost their opera, they lost one of their key players. How is this going to work out? And then it does. And we have 2 teams that come out of that instead of just only one, which I think is even better, right? To see both of these teams find success.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It does just feel like it's been so long, John. It feels like I don't think we've had this many rosters on the come up in NA since like Triumph was a thing. I don't know when that was.
3 or 4 years ago.
2019, right? 2020. When did Triumph die, bro?
I think it was 2020. 2020, 2021 is my guess. It's everything's a blur, honestly.
Everything is a bit of a blur, but man, it's an exciting time in NACS. It really is. And this qualifier is a nice who's who of why we're excited.
Yeah, and we even have teams that we kind of wrote off, like Rocket making the RMR. That was a shocker, honestly, and they beat NRG, who have been struggling a lot more than I honestly expected them to. It's a team that didn't make it through here either, so they are missing on the RMR. They didn't make the close qualifier here. That's the only one that's concerning. But Nouns didn't make this close qualifier. We can't forget about them either. So we've got not only the 4 teams here, but even teams that are bleeding over that are not making it, that before had clear paths into these qualifiers. So yeah, there's just a lot of good NA teams right now.
Yeah, we're in a very different place. Let's take a look at our matchup. Let's take a look at our veto real quick because we do have a matchup to focus in on. We'll talk about it. So our veto is going to be Liquid banning Vertigo, Boss banning Overpass, Liquid pick into Anubis. They've been playing a ton of Anubis. Boss pick into Ancient. These are Liquid's 2 most played maps with this roster, and then Inferno is our decider. So that's a really good veto for Liquid.
Yeah, it's good for Boss too, right? But the problem is Liquid are on another level, so it's going to be a very difficult uphill battle for this Boss squad. As good as they've been, as strong as they were last season in ECL, making the grand finals, unfortunately losing to M80, of course, in a sweep 3-0 with that map advantage from M80, but still, like, they made the RMR. They're here in this close qualifier. For me, it's a team that has a chance to show something here against a Liquid squad that will be heavily favored. But as I was saying, their map pools are kind of similar. You know, they love playing Ancient and Anubis on the Boss side, and the same thing for Liquid. Anubis actually a little deceptive if you look at the record here for Boss 3-4, but it's because they were 3-1 before they played M80 on it 3 times in a row and lost all of them. So especially that last one, it was right after the grand finals though in the Mythic Cup. So I don't know necessarily if that's too much of an indicator of their performance on that map or potential, where they just got battered. I think it was 13-4, 13-3 or something like that. But they are a strong Anubis team overall, I guess is the point I'm trying to get to. And the previous 2 losses on the map were very tightly contested, with one going to OT. So we'll see. We'll see how Boss performs. But again, Liquid is that titan right now in this close qualifier.
Yeah, they definitely are. They definitely are. Be curious to see if they can live up to the billing, though, right? Because as we've said, you know, looking at Wildcard, looking at M80, these are teams that are threatening, and M80 are the team that dealt Liquid their first map loss in the RMR qualifier. So, definitely going to be an interesting test here. An interesting test that's been laid out in front of us. And they'll all be looking to join another NA roster in IEM Chengdu, which is Complexity, who already have a spot off of their ranking. So we will have 2 North American representatives in the first Chinese event in a long time. And it's time to find out who that's going to be when we come back from this break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our Shining Faces. We're going to be getting into the game in just a moment here, folks. But for the meantime, we can talk to you about this game that we got set in front of us. So Liquid versus Boss. We haven't had a matchup between these two teams. They've been playing in a lot of the same events and qualifiers, but we just haven't had them run up against each other in the bracket, which means that this is our first impression on fresh snow, and it's going to be Boss's first impression as well. I suspect they may have scrimmed Liquid, but I'm not really sure if they'll have any familiarity with the names that are up against them.
No, I think it's going to be a very big challenge in terms of like that star power is pretty intimidating when you see those names on the board. So I think it'll be a little bit of nerves on the Boss side, but they're not foreign to this type of situation, right? They've been the underdogs pretty much the whole way throughout last season. Maybe not last season, but the season before. And they weren't the team that was necessarily expected to be as successful as they were even last one. So, I mean, this is going to be an interesting matchup no matter which way you slice it. Although, again, kind of leaning more heavily towards Liquid, even though, and you talked about it before, that we did see some close matchups for Liquid. One that wasn't close, like M80 beating them 16-3 on Overpass, but they've had their overtime match. I think it was it Rocket that pushed them into OT? I'm trying to remember here. I think it's one of those teams, Rocket or Wildcard, pushed them a little bit further than you would expect.
Wildcard.
Okay, yeah, Wildcard went into OT against them. So, I mean, for me, we're talking about, having these NA teams that are all at the top. They all feel like they're competing, excuse me. And if they're competing with a team like Liquid, we're saying, okay, wow, with this type of star power, it's impressive. But my concern is that, is it because Liquid is in their infancy right now in this roster? Excuse me. And are they just because they're struggling right now because of that? Or is it actually we're at almost a parity at the top of NA and these teams are really starting to push up? I think I'd rather that narrative, right? But if it's that Liquid is just in its infancy, which is also the case, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, these are the first officials, right?
Yeah.
They're online qualifier BO1s in officials. There's a certain degree of variance within them.
Yeah.
And there's a team that's beginning to find their footing with chemistry. I wouldn't draw too many conclusions from them if you're a fan of the Liquid team, if you're looking to see that roster development. But obviously getting confidence against these kind of names, even if they are maybe a little bit more limited than we expect them to be in, say, 2 months, 3 months, it's still huge for a roster like Boss, right? These are guys who they've now booked their spot in Pro League. They'll be in the next season of the ESL Pro League, but they have not had much international exposure to most of these players. They had one tour over in that previous roster. They have not had a tour in this team. So it's anytime you get to play against a name like Cadian, a name like Yekindar on the other side, a name like Skulls, frankly, these are all good experience points to gain. And certainly if you could take a win against them, that's a massive boost towards a very young team.
Yeah, even a map would be impressive here for Boss, but like you said, a win would be unbelievable if they're able to take 2 maps off of Liquid right now, even though, of course, it wouldn't be the end of potentially them facing Liquid because we do have, as you mentioned, double elimination. So, yeah.
Well, it seems like we got a little bit of time here. So,
Okay.
John, how were your holidays, man? How were your holidays?
It was okay. It was okay. Honestly, I was sick for most of it, unfortunately. Luckily it wasn't COVID. It was just I say luckily, I was literally knocked out for 2 weeks. So whatever it was bad. So yeah, but overall it's still a good holiday. I got some rest in. I mean, kind of forced rest because I was sick, but yeah.
There you go. Got some rest in by obligation.
Yeah.
Did Santa Gaben bring you what you wanted for Christmas?
I think so. Yeah. For the most part, Santa Gaben was good to me.
He wasn't good to me. I want more CS2 updates. And we got an update last night that was literally just fixed a geometry gap. That was it. Give me more. Give me a VAC update, Valve. Give it to me.
There's a lot of stuff that we need right now in Counter-Strike. I mean, the VAC update being one of them. I'd say movement still feels off, honestly. It doesn't feel as smooth as it did in CSGO. So that's another thing to kind of check off that list. And of course, hitboxes and hit accuracy.
You don't enjoy rubber banding in spawn around your teammates?
No,
I don't understand.
No, that's very unlikable.
We love a little slingshot action. Well, we'll see if Volvo is going to give us any updates anytime soon. But we could cross our fingers. Maybe Santa Gaben doesn't come at Christmas. He comes at Valentine's Day. He's just a lover, that Gaben.
Yeah. I mean, look, one person, I don't remember who said it, who was the one that said it on Twitter, but basically said that Valve likes to troll right before they have updates, that they big updates that they send out, and they did kind of troll with that Vertigo update, and then even on Twitter did the same thing, like, hey, we have an update. It's one thing, but I mean, I think we're being too hopeful, to be honest. Like, that's all.
Yeah. I try not to read the tea leaves on what Valve does. They're a mystery, man. I don't think they give omens. But you know, the gods are mysterious, don't you know? So, what was the inspiration for today's wardrobe, John? What's inspired the Powerpuff Girls T-shirt coming through?
I mean, nothing in particular. I was actually asking my my wardrobe. I forgot.
Your stylist?
My stylist. There we go. I was asking my stylist, what do you think I should wear today? And she's like, you haven't worn the Powerpuff Girls shirt in a while. So I said, okay. Powerpuff Girls shirt it is, and you know, I just kind of go with what my stylist tells me.
That makes sense. I mean, do you so you live in a house with 3 ladies? Do you feel like the professor sometimes?
In what do you mean? Oh yeah, oh god.
I don't know. Whichever way you want to go with it.
I guess in a way, yeah.
Outnumbered.
Yes,
That's the way I'll go with it.
Definitely outnumbered a lot of the time. It feels that way, and especially as the kids get older, I'm like, oh boy, this is gonna be interesting.
You got the dogs to even out the balance a little bit.
I do. We have the 2 dogs who definitely are going to keep me a lot of company as the years go on.
Yeah. They'll help maintain the balance.
Yes.
But it seems like we are going to be hopping into the server in just a moment. So let's hop on in. Let's get this game underway now that we've done our check-in with JRT. It's the information chat needs. And now we're into the fun. Now we're into the action. Now we're into the CS. We're into Anubis. So Anubis, Ancient Inferno. I think these might be Liquid's 3 most played maps so far. We just don't have that big of a sample size for Liquid with this core.
Correct.
Lots of Anubis, lots of Ancient.
And they're, like you said, they're best maps. I mean, plus 10 or more round differential on all, and their best one being this one right here. Plus 29 round differential in 4 maps played in 4-0.
So it's an interesting choice. Like, I get that Boss had their hands tied on certain things. I'm really surprised they didn't try the nuke. Just because we did have... Though Liquid did best nouns here, they looked a little more wobbly on nuke. But we'll see. We'll see. They're confident in their own game. And Boss... Well, they got the numbers here. Or I just instinctively reach for the observing keys. I've been doing so much on my own stream lately. I can sit back. I don't have to observe here, John.
Just sit back, relax, Mike.
Skulls? Can't sit back and relax. Needs to get something going. Otherwise, he's going to be flanked out. And instead, it'll be the front. Cryptic just puts him down. Nice start to this pistol round. This one could be a shutdown at Team Liquid early.
Boss, post plant here. Cynic's looking around for a target. Twist comes into his crosser, potentially. No, Twist just going to toss a flashbang in, looking for a possibility, a chance to get into this site, but it is going to be denied pretty much completely. Twist falls to the ground, and 1-0 in favor of Boss, who only lose breath there. Freshie, who has been a star player for them in the past, continues to do so here in that first round with 3 nice ones.
Big Freshie round. I feel like he's always pretty snappy in the pistols in particular. Snappy in general, but I feel like Freshie's a big pistol player.
He is. He really is. I remember in the, was it the grand, maybe not the grand finals, but their playoff run in that lower bracket, he was always getting 2, 3 or more frags. It was ridiculous.
It's usually, I feel like it's usually the oppers who are nutty pistolers, but some people just got the feel. It's all about that crosshair placement, and I mean, obviously you need good aim, but I feel like in pistol rounds, it's all about crosshair placement. You get that one tapper, life's good. Cadian, try looking for some one tappers, taking more than one tap to try and find them. But he's not going to be given the fight he wants. Yeki with the push. Ooh. Just spotted Cryptic. So he's going to back off of this one. Caught a kneecap there. A Boss are giving a healthy respect into this second round. They do not want to get reset here.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame them. Oh boy, nice shot from Cryptic. The patience paying off there as Naf tried to sneak out of B main and got his head taken clean off. Cryptic still waiting for more aggression to come through, but Liquid are now playing much more passively. And you only have one player, that's Yekindar, left on the A side, B side, excuse me.
Yeki ace. Yankee Deagle Ace. Do we believe? Do you have faith here, John? Is it happening?
Not quite.
Unless. Oh, spots the first. Backs away from it. This could actually just be a save call.
Yeah.
Cadian's going to give it a look, but they'll give themselves another rumble with the upgraded buy. So, Boss, get away with this one. Not a bullet of damage taken, rather. They're chilling. And they'll move up 2-0. They'll avoid the big threat at the second round.
Yeah, no, it's a nice play from Boss. They made the right choice going to that B site after finding the opening frag. Cadian almost overstays his welcome there. Lucky to be alive, to be honest, and that was an SMG coming his way as opposed to, of course, the rifles. But he's going to save the scout, and everyone else just going to keep what they got in their hands. And totally understandable decision by Liquid, because the only player that was in position to kind of challenge that bomb plant was Yakandar. So they just said, you know what, we have to save in this next round anyway. We might as well have a better chance at success with the upgraded pistols, the SMG, and the scout, as opposed to just pistols. And if we look at the BO3s that Liquid have played, there haven't been many, in fact, only 3 of them. And they've played Anubis twice, once against Party Astronauts, and it was close, 13-10 win there. And then against Los, that was less close, 13-6 win on that one.
Yeah, that was I think the technical term is a spanking, as I recall.
Yes, yeah.
Turns out maybe coming to North America to try and play the qualifier is not the easiest route into things.
No, not at all. Honestly,
could have seen that coming?
Yeah,
who could have tweeted about that ahead of time? It's all right. You know, order was restored to the universe in that one. I am actually kind of curious. Los and Exolos Lasers have been sticking around playing more qualifiers in North America, so I am curious if that is now just their intention, is to continue to compete NA, in which case I'm more okay with it. Once again, they go for a stack on A, and once again, Boss, at least initially, have chosen right here, John. Bomb looks like it's going to go down B. And this round looks like it might be another wash.
I mean, yeah, you would expect Liquid to challenge a little bit more. They're stacking up on the A side and gambling right now, but I feel like they would attempt the retake at the very least, because they're going to buy up in the next round. Although I guess they could just save. Maybe the Scout and the MP9 are worth it, but the pistols maybe should probably go for it, I would say. Just do some damage at the very least.
Curious to see if they agree with you. I mean, exits, yeah, containing these players in. There's only armor on 2 players.
I mean, I guess you keep your economy healthier if you don't choose to upgrade as heavily into the next round. You have the armor.
I think they're playing for these exits. Naf's now got a gun. Ooh,
okay.
Unless, actually, someone's come in to hunt. He found the first. Getting away with the rifle's tougher ask. Naf doesn't even have armor, so there's nothing to save. So he will go down, but it means that no gun can be claimed. Skull's next loss. That was head armor as well. So not actually a lot taken through. Twist will keep the SMG and the vest up, but they're not really exactly getting out with a lot, are Liquid.
No, it was kind of what I expected, right? The pistols were in position to challenge more on those exit frags. They both went down, even though Naf gets one before dropping. And then the Scout and the MP9 are saved. So you can carry those over. They're pretty serviceable. And everyone else is going to upgrade to the A1Ss. So it's not terrible. But I kind of would have hoped to see them challenge a little bit more on the post plant. But still, you know, we're in early days here in both the map and the series. And a 3-0 lead can quickly evaporate. And Liquid is no stranger to that. All these players have tons of experience. Feels like Naf has been here forever. It's been 5 years, I think, since he's been on this roster.
Yeah, I mean, he's now the longest tenured player, right?
Yeah, he is.
Twist has come back home, but after Liege leaving, Naf is the franchise in many ways, shapes, and form. This time, the franchise has been busted, but his teammates stepping into the fray nicely. Cynic will get one more, but that's all she wrote. So Liquid clap back with a big round win, and they keep the bodies alive to start to build a little bit of bank here, John.
Yeah, it's exactly what they needed, right? Just a shutdown round after those first 3 didn't go their way. And I think another reason to stay back and not really walk into ill-advised fights is to avoid giving your opponent a little bit more confidence than perhaps they might have if the rounds go a little bit slower, right? Because when you push out and they start finding their frags and getting their crosshairs in a good position, they warm up well. You don't give them that chance by hanging back and going for exits instead of trying to fight into the sights. So that's a nice clean win. They got a couple of AK upgrades in their hands. Boss on the other side, that was technically a bit of a bonus round for them. So they will have a strong buy-up still.
Yeah, they should be all right here. The question is, what do you do now? This is the round where you can immediately stymie Liquid's momentum, or you can see Liquid with guns, showing why people are excited about this team. That lineup looked like it was on. Twist, though, might get caught here. No, still gets the gun out in time. Impeccable crosshair placement as well. Wins that duel against Freshie. And now look at the damage that he's done early. Freshie gone. Brett low. Cynic even tagged up. That's a pretty disastrous start for Boss. Let's see if they can regain. Seems like they want to take it Skulls' way. They'll wait for the smoke fade, then take control in towards A main. Presumably Skulls out of utility. With 3 players in mid, this is looking like a re-clear, and it could be a quick reinforcement. Ooh, Twist going forward. Ooh, spots the player. It's just Brett who's been left on the flank, and they're going to leave him alone. But do they read this? They do indeed. Look at this. Immediate reinforcement of the A site. Liquid, they know what to do with this information. That's a Boss is walking right into the blender. With 25 seconds, there's no bailout. Oh, the collab hit. The damage done. And the kills are soon to follow. Brett alone, 20 seconds, no health, 3 to find. And a bullet from Cadian's off will put him down.
What a hold by Cadian with 3 frags there towards the A site. I mean, everyone from Boss tried to collapse in, and Liquid had the answer every single time. If it's not the trade, it's just popping off with the frags. 2 rounds found now for Liquid, and Boss's lead, like I said, quickly evaporating here against this Liquid squad. Those are 2 very solid gun rounds coming through from them, and great information and reads coming through on their side as well. Now Boss, well, they have to do something into this round, at least they're hoping to, with pistol upgrades, 4 Tech 9s, and Brett opting just for the Glock. No purchases into this round made by him. Twist just going to spam through. And what Twist did in that previous round was kind of crazy at the beginning of it. Might have talked about it after, though. Yekindar getting 1, and the second they try to come through. But as soon as they show their face, he takes care of it.
That was just so calm. Bro didn't even move his crosshair. Just finds the first. Oop, second comes over. Oh, easily collected. No problem there. Cynic will be able to punish at least, but in trying to get the gun, well, falls right into the crosshair of Cadian. And Boss finding out that, you know, that early excitement, getting those first couple of rounds, oh, there's a whole lot more work to do.
I mean, I think Liquid's only lost, what, 4 bodies in the last 3 rounds? This is wild. 3-3, all tied up. Of course, that was just pistols. What I want to talk about is I love the way Twist played mid a couple of rounds ago, right? He was spamming through the smoke at the common angles. He actually connected with a ton of damage. He didn't even know, unconfirmed. 80 HP was gone from one of the players, and then he swings around a double doors in a fight that he had a disadvantage on, like you were saying, and he still wins it cleanly, even losing only about 27 HP. So for me, that is just well done from Liquid, and it shows why they've been so dominant on this map.
That Twist. Russell Van Dolken. He's
the best NA player we have, period.
The NA GOAT, man.
Yeah.
Back in a North American team. The prodigal son has returned. It's an interesting one. I mean, this is a Liquid team that's assembled to raise trophies, right? That's the expectation. Yes. That's what the org is investing into. That's what these players are committing into with this roster.
I mean, the fact that Cadian was available is ridiculous to me, Mike. I mean, that's a coup for Liquid when they managed to pick him up.
I've talked about it a couple times in a couple different places, but yeah, he never should have been a free agent. He's the kind of franchise player that you expect to basically never leave an org unless the org fully crumbles.
Yeah.
And, gets a little bit of an unfortunate shot there. Darty, the accidental jiggle peek. That wasn't the angle he was trying to clear, but it wound up working out. Could have been a lot worse. I mean, pressure in towards A main. It seems like this is the position they want to try and bully, but Cadian's here. Cadian's not missing. He's got 2 players at his back as well. So the smoke goes in just in the nick of time, and with 20 seconds now, Boss have to go through it. They just don't really have a choice.
This is so tough.
Yeah, it was a little ballsy from Katie, and still gets one more. Around the cake swings Naf, and this is a shutdown. They just don't have the time. Even with this lurk in mid, it is way too late. Brett can't get anything done. And that is going to be Liquid pulling into the lead.
Again, only one. Sorry, Mike.
I was just going to say, the question is just, does Brett get clocked? No.
No. I mean, he's been clocked every single time, though. 0-5. He's looking for secret agent status soon. But yeah, no, I was going to say Liquid have only lost one player again in that round. So all the gun rounds, the last 4, they've been so very dominant against Boss, who have to call this timeout, I think, because everything they've tried has been completely rebuffed.
This is Axe presumably getting on the mic, talking to them, looking at what they're doing. I mean, they've been going for these defaults, right? They're not really giving anything, or they're losing damage in the initial fights. And then they're going into these late A hits where they don't have a bailout option. And right now, Liquid have read it. If you've noticed the shift up for Liquid, they're leaning A much more consistently, right? I mean, even in the early rounds, they were pretty content to leave like Yekindar alone on B, kind of let him do what he's going to do. Maybe Naf's floating around with him. But previously, on some of the previous Anubis games back in the RMRs and the open qualifiers for this, there was more of a tendency to leave skulls on an island towards A, and clearly they've seen, you know, teams are trying to bully that a little bit, so they've shifted to rotating in more rapidly and towards the A spot. And well, now we're seeing the anticipatory strike, right? The anticipatory shift. They've put 3 players here on the B side of the map, expecting the shift to come out of the timeout.
Yeah, it's just about reading the way the game has flowed so far and realizing that Boss, having been denied that space over at the A site, might lean into B, and it's the right call. There's Yekindar with another 2K in towards Canal, and Cadian's going to connect onto Darty. 5v2, just like that. And again, Boss has nothing to show for this round.
And the problem with that, okay, so there's a lot of problems for Boss, right? Obviously, you know, they're trying to run a set strat in towards B. They get absolutely demolished on the brick wall that is Yekindar. But the problem with it being Yekindar in specific is that doesn't give them a read. Yeki's been the solo B player. So when they lose 2 players to that, they're thinking, maybe we can isolate this player E-box. Maybe we can flank him out and get the site. Boom, no, you go through. Oh, what's that? There's an op on the other side. Oh, what's that? There's another rifle on the other side. It's just a disaster. Now they split up. They're playing individual. Skulls is pushed. He's going to have this kill for free. That's going to leave everything onto the Brett's shoulders. He got his first kill, man, but he needs a whole lot more, and Kidian's not feeling charitable.
Ay. 3rd round in a row with Liquid losing only 1 player. And Boss, I mean, that one was just a pistol round where they had a couple of upgrades. They were trying to make it work. This time, it's the rifles that are out again. Loss bonus is full, so they're going to have a lot of cracks at Liquid here to get another round on the board. But, I mean, this map is typically T-sided, and Liquid right now is making it look T-sided with how strong their defensive end has been so far. Cynic, want to go with Darty into water. Cadian peeking aggressively here from bridge towards water, and Cryptic actually gets the opener on Yekindar.
I was through the smoke, right? That was presumably spam coming through, knowing that they had Cryptic low. Eventually, the Natal Chase, right? Liquid knows. They're like, all right, if enough mortar strikes go through, we're getting somebody. But look at this. They've abandoned A, and Boss this time are finding a read. They're finally finding a light sight. Let's see what Skulls can do. Ooh, nearly gets caught. Nearly gets caught. Now he has to try and buy time for his teammates to come around. There's a fight in Canals, but it is a fight that Naf will win. So this retake, very viable. Still, the smokes will stall things out, at least for the moment. Bomb's going to be ticking away. Boss need this conversion. They need this. And look at this. Liquid's rerouting everybody through heaven. Very interesting. Skulls has been holding on to this space. They're going to come waterfalling in, presumably. Got flashbangs for it. Got a smoke for the bomb. Here it goes. There's the first flash around the choke point. Now on they go. Big kill for Darty. That might be enough. Time is becoming a major issue here. Darty's position is strong, but Cadian's got him. And just enough time on for the defuse. Liquid will not slip.
Yeah, and still, like, 3 players left standing. Economy is literally ridiculous right now. 3 players above 10K. It looked close. I mean, Boss were able to defend for a little bit, but eventually overloaded, and a 6th round picked up by Liquid. The bomb plant will help their economy to the point where they'll get a stronger buy up into this, but another timeout is due to be called, and there it is right there. Cryptic has to talk things over, look for a different approach. They did find the space onto the site, and to be honest, Skulls, who did go down in that round anyway, is lucky he survived after that initial engagement, because he got caught with utility in his hands, and I guess Boss just didn't come around that corner and lock on their crosshairs quickly enough, because he only took, I think, 30 HP of damage or something around that point. So yeah, just the fact that he stays alive a little bit longer gives Liquid the chance to rotate in, and even though it was down to the wire, they still get that defusal and secure a 6th round in a row.
And it's the manner that they've been losing these. Like, that's the closest that this one's gotten in a while, right?
Yeah.
That's the closest that it's gotten. So if you're Boss, even though this scoreline, it's not heinous yet, you're kind of feeling just out of your depth. You're feeling stymied. And a reminder as well, just for context, if you're maybe a newer viewer, we expect strong T-sides on Anubis. We expect strong attacking halves on Anubis. And this is Liquid's map pick. So they didn't have the choice of sides, so we are expecting a pretty strong second half out from Liquid as well. So if you're Boss, you really need as many of these rounds in the half as you can possibly put together. Yakandar holding on the cave should mean that this is not a round that they will get. The bomb is down on the dirt, and this is a nightmare. This is just, there's no other way to put it. A clean round, a massive one for NAF with the AUG, and Boss, again, out of the timeout, just shut right down.
Yep. In the 7 rounds, Liquid have won. I think the average player's loss is like something like 1.25 or something like that in each round. I mean, the math might be a little bit off, but it's around that. And that is the biggest problem for Boss. They're not winning the gunfights at all. The utility was good going on to that B site, but the problem is Liquid were just swarming and hiding in the shadows, and Boss weren't able to clear them out. And Yakandar, again, is giving them fits and starts.
They sound like a clan of ninjas. Swarming and hiding in the shadows. They strike. The assassins of Team Liquid. The Liquid horse does a ride. Skulls even gets a second dink there. Ooh, Molly Circadian! No! Stuck on geometry. The flashbang did him in. Advantage Boss. Already might be limping, but we have not had a lot of these advantages. And I think Freshie might have just heard this footstep. Oh, Yakandar's walking into it. Freshie's got him. Boss, it's very late in the day, but if they could find themselves a bastion of rounds to play from, they can make a go of this. And right now, Liquid going for a gamble, withdrawing back towards CT. There's only 2 rounds. They don't need to worry about money in the slightest. They're looking to maximize their efficiency here. And with the take coming in towards B, let's see what Twist and NAF can do. A wombo combo, a legendary duo in times of yore. Oh, they can deny the bomb plant. I'll tell you that much. Nice nade popper on it. Twist is going to go through. Oh, you madman. Flashbang. Well, that's timely. Otherwise, Brett might have been in a tough spot. Good read for NAF, but the geometry, the falling off of the bricks, I think does him in, and it will be Boss. A little nervous. A little closer than maybe it was looking. But they do get around that they desperately need here, John.
Yeah, you pretty much said what I was going to reiterate, I guess, on, is the fact that Boss, even though they had 4 players standing and only 2 left on Liquid, Liquid still make that a tough round for them to pull off. So yeah, the nerves are certainly there, but they finally win a gun round against Liquid, who, I mean, had so much money. They're going for a double up setup here in the final round of this first half. Katie, and of course, and NAF onto the secondary op.
It's
Cadian,
not quite.
Oh, what a smoke bomb coming through. Cadian takes advantage of it. That is a set play, and Cynic, well, he's feeling hurt now.
It's actually, this is going to sound a little odd, but the just being a double up is a sign of respect out from Liquid that this is a contentious game, because in some of their Anubises, we've actually seen 5 ops when they had the money in the final round, when they were really feeling themselves. So the fact that Twist doesn't have an op, like maybe, maybe the finances weren't quite there, but Twist could have theoretically dropped an op and played with an op. just based on the money he's got left over. So the fact that we don't have at least 2 more ops out here is a sign that Boss have invoked some respect. Nice trade for Yekindar. Now he's ready for the B main player. That split, the timing is just bad. The spacing is poor. Yekindar will be taken down, but they've lost the bomb because of this Canals play. So Freshie on 5 HP will try, but will fail to do anything about that. We're going to go to the half. We'll be right back. I do so love me that IEM bumper. It's a good one, man.
It's really good.
It doesn't get old. Never gets old. But you know what does get old? If your boss is getting absolutely stumped on your T side. So they say, you know what? Get me on CT. It's all going to be good. And we'll see if boss can make a little bit of a recovery here in the second half.
Yeah, and their pistol rounds tend to always be strong, which is something that tends to go for them regardless of who their opponent is. So we'll see if that trend continues, and Freshie in particular is one to keep an eye out on. We'll see if he can do it with the dualies. 2 dualies coming through here for Boss. Darty rocking one of those, and Freshie with the other set of them. Brett waiting, and he's got the contact from Cadian, who fires off a shot, perhaps just trying to distract here, because I'm not entirely convinced Liquid are going to go to the B site, hoping to potentially pull Boss over, but not too eager our Boss to rotate just yet.
These are feelers right now being exchanged. This is just a little bit of a probe, and now they're going to go in for mid. This is looking like an A split. It's a pretty good setup to receive it for a Boss, right? 2 players fighting A main. They need to get these kills, but Darty is going to be revealed early on. They need to get these kills before the flank comes through, and actually Liquid are bailing out of this. So they've made them turtle up in towards the site. Now the pressure's going to be coming, and it's up to Freshie to deliver. Can't do it. Can't do it. Threat soon to follow. Cryptic did get a kill on the flank, on the chase, but the bomb is down, and now the numbers very much favor Liquid. Cryptic, though, some sharp shooting. Cryptic playing their way back into this round. They had to get this kill. Twist chases it, leaves Naf into a clutch. Bomb's playing it for him. There's no kit. There's no smoke. They need to kill Naf, and he knows it. Already the first to deal with. Shot's not going to land, and they will be able to hold on in this pistol round. That may not have been about the strap, but it was about the individual play for Cryptic as he gives his team a fighting chance.
Oh, man, Cryptic, he's such a good player, too. It's not just the leadership style that he has that's great, is he's actually a fragger, and he helped so much in that round. Just very snappy aim coming through towards the heads of each Liquid player that he saw, and he won some important battles and gives his team that 5th round. Again, you know, it could be a repeat of that previous half where Boss are able to win the pistol round, maybe get a couple off it. The problem here, there's a little bit of a difference, right? Because Liquid gets the bomb plant and they get a few frags along the way as well, which means that their vibe's going to be pretty strong. They got 2 AKs, Yekindar with the Mac 10 and a Scout and a Deagle around it. And on the other side, the CTs don't have the greatest vibes even when they win those pistol rounds. So it's still going to be very important for Boss to pull off the second one. It's going to be harder for them to do than did in the first half, of course.
Cynic? You gonna buy a gun?
Is he saving for an op? I mean, he can.
No way. No world. This round's too important.
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I was gonna say.
I was gonna
that
say,
doesn't make
like,
sense.
we wouldn't have even considered the possibility, except that Cynic has occasionally been known for making, shall we say, unorthodox financial decisions.
Yes.
But I was looking at that, and it's like this round is this round is the map. Honestly, if Boss lose here, it is going to be so difficult to imagine a path towards a map win. So it makes sense to bet everything on this round. 3 players early on, no mid presence for Boss. Very passive hold from Cryptic. It's going to be aggression in towards B main, and it's answered. Naf, he'll lose his teammate, but that was just skulls on the Deeg. Gets 2 back the other way, and Boss are under pressure early. And look at all this space that Precious
no.
sees. He's walking out onto A. He's got all the real estate. He just spotted the ankle of Darty, and this could be over. He knows he's got the ground. He knows he's got the space. Yeah, they're going to try and come in and respond, but what are they going to do? He's harassing. He's harrying them. And now the Scout's out, and bit by bit, they are falling. It's just Cynic, and they're not going to let him keep this gun. The bomb will rotate, but Yekindar will stay pat and find his 3rd kill of the round. So that is a coup for Liquid. That is an extra gun gain for Yekindar, and that is an absolute spine snapper for Boss.
Yeah, and it's so well played from Liquid, right? Because they realized that Boss is going to have to reinforce that A site, having lost 2 players, and they were leaning more heavily towards it. Even the B player got caught with his back turn, and Yekindar, a smart play, slowly but surely moves his way up. No audio cues until the time is right to strike. And after that, I mean, Boss were just reeling. There was nothing they could do. They were effectively surrounded and unable to convert a second round here in the second half after getting the pistol. So a 9th for Liquid, and well, Boss aren't going to have much here, but they opt for the force buy. They say, you know what, we've got to try and get this round back immediately, realizing that if they don't, this one could already be over. Oh, they gamble stack towards mid 2, and Liquid walks in from A main, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do it. You got to do some sort of a stack, and it just is what it is. Twist patrolling the flank, making sure no one's going to get through, claiming his kill. Let's see what they can get. Any sort of damage. They're committing to it. You might want to go for the save here at this point. At this juncture, it's just looking a little hopeless. Yeah, they don't have a lot to save, but
you got to back off.
It's something. It's something at least. Cynic's hoping to get a gun. Nope. No rifle for you to snatch away. Disaster on double digits for Liquid. Nothing to slow them down here. And I mean, Boss is just going to have to save to try and bring this towards overtime.
This is very difficult for Boss, and I mean, I think their loss bonus is going to be at 1900 here. Yeah, this is one argument for me to get rid of the $1,400 loss bonus and just bring it right to 1900 immediately, because they would have 2400 instead here as opposed to 1900 and maybe have a little bit more to work with. But anyway, I'm not going to get into that discussion. It's a long one. 5th round, 5 rounds only for Boss. 10th round found for Team Liquid as they double up on Boss's scoreline. And I mean, they walk away with a 5-7 and a CZ, but everyone else is on a full-on save. They have absolutely no choice. And even in the next round, it's not going to be great. They're not going to have much to buy. I don't know. I mean, feels like an 11th round found for Liquid. And again, a Boss stack towards this A site. They have to try. They're pushing up.
Look, they're pushing up B main, though.
Yeah.
Liquid knows. Liquid have found this at the light site. They found the empty spot, and now, I mean,
Okay.
Skulls confirms with his life.
That's a gun.
It is a gun. It's something. But the bomb's going to go down on B. All the positioning in the world is here for Liquid. Let's see if this death ball of pistols can get something going. That could get overwhelmed, but he's not the one they're trying to fight. Instead, it's a shooting gallery, and now it's a pinch. Now it's a pinch and a push. Ooh, all right, Freshie for a moment gets a little bit more damage, but damage just doesn't matter right now. Look at that cash flow for Liquid. They're rich as gods, John. They don't need to worry about casualties.
I mean, they've been rich since pretty much round number 4 of that first, or round number 5 of that first half, I would say. Just everything has just been flowing so well for them. And Boss, yes, they will have enough to buy up 4 A1Ss and the FAMAS, but no AWP available on a map that could greatly benefit from it. And I mean, then you have Brett stuck on a FAMAS, which is, yeah, it's a FAMAS. So we'll see how that fares for them. Even though the utility is good, this is, I mean, I know it's cliche, but it's a must win for Boss.
Sort of the definition of it.
Yeah.
You know what, though? If they lose this round, you know it'll be even more must win? Is the following round.
Every single round.
It'll be map point. Twist's nice entry, just executes Cryptic. They should have a pretty good read that there's likely a player A main. Molly goes in a little late. Twist shut down, but the trade is instant. I actually think that was a TK dink as well.
It might have
the
been.
Skulls. But it just doesn't matter. They've got the kills. They've got the round. Freshie and Brett have to save. I think they're going for this, but this is desperation right now, and desperation is a heady cologne. The hunt's maybe a little aggressive for Liquid. Skulls is still on site, but he's low. Oh, no. Brett never expected the Ekandar to get all the way around like this. Now the save's not even an option.
Man.
No guns taken through. Ekandar has swept all their pieces off the board. He's flipped the table. He's taking it home because Liquid are about to claim Anubis, and there's very little from Boss to stand in their way.
Oh my goodness, that is just utter domination. Liquid walking around the map, having their way with every angle they poke their heads around. And a 7-round lead for them. They've got, well, the same amount of map points, of course. And I don't know how long it's going to take them, Mike, because it's just MP9s for Boss. They favor those so they can get the utility out, which makes sense on this map. But I don't know, Liquid could just try to walk through and dominate.
Well, they'll just
Mike,
mortar
that
strike the
is-
first player out. You know what's funny? Skulls has not really had a big map. He hasn't needed to. But I think 2 of his 5 kills have come off of
They
nade
are.
mortar strikes.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, the other one was a while ago in the first half, but you're right.
Bro's got the nades on point. Yekendar's got the aim on point. Golly, he's been lethal. I think they want to go to Chengdu. The thing is that for this new Liquid roster, right, these qualifications are so important. This could be dangerous, but no, indeed it is okay. They just don't have that many opportunities to compete, right? They don't have the spot in Katowice. They're not, I mean, they're making their run at the match. Excuse me, that'll be the big one, obviously. But getting these events, getting the ability to shoot up the rankings, getting the ability to compete at top tier events, get that experience, it's massive. 13-5, the scoreline as Liquid just hunted out the remnants, and they claim map number 1. This is a BO3, so there will be more chances for Boss, but reminder, if you're just joining us, the Veto is, it's pretty much looks like Liquid got to pick all 3 maps. It is their 3 most played and best maps, so I'm not exactly excited for Boss as we switch maps, shall we say?
Yeah, it's tough, honestly. I mean, their map pools are so similar. I'd say the only difference is that Liquid do not play Nuke that much at all, and Boss, that was their 3rd best map. So, I mean, yes, Boss's top 2 maps outside of that are Ancient and Anubis, but you're facing off against Liquid, who are Liquid. Yeah, that's what it is right now. It's unfortunate for Boss. That was a stomping.
That was a stomping. It was, I mean, the first half was contentious, and then from the second half on, just...
Yeah. I
Smooth
mean,
sailing.
and the only reason the first half was contentious is because Boss wins the pistol and gets the conversions afterwards. If you ignore that, it was domination.
Yeah, that's entirely accurate. That is a fair point, Mr. JRT. You got some good points there. Yeah, no, that's not exactly going to be one that you're going to put up on the fridge and try and frame and be excited about if you're Boss. But, you know, maybe the moment, maybe the nerves, maybe the names in the server against them. Again, it is their first matchup against Liquid. Maybe it's just an experience here. And now, you know, they'll be able to go outside, walk it off, get a breath of fresh air, and get ready for round number 2. We'll find out if they are when we come back from this break. What's up, everybody? We're getting ready to hop into map number 2 here. It's going to be Ancient, and this is Wildcard's pick, but it's also an incredibly strong map for Liquid here, John. So we're anticipating that this one could be another very... Sorry, I said Wildcard. Boss's pick. This could be a very contentious map. Again, this could be a very tough test for Boss.
I mean, I didn't even realize that you had made a mistake there either, Mike, because they used to be Wildcard, and it's still kind of fresh in our minds, right? So, but yeah, like, honestly, this is a pick that Boss makes because it's one of their best maps, if not their best map in their pool. 7 wins on it over the last 3 months and a plus 27 round differential. So you got to pick it. You can't go away from it just because Liquid has been strong in it as well. And I mean, their last time they played it was against Badass, who are looking pretty good now since the addition of Peeping and Dia, and they stomped them 13-2. So that is not a good omen for Boss, but you can't go away from this map. You had to pick it.
No, I'm gonna disagree with you there, John. Yeah. I think they could have gone away from this map. I think they probably should have picked Nuke, to be honest. Just because if you're looking at yes, Liquid still did beat Nouns the only time that they played Nuke. But if you had the chance to review those demos, if you had any chance to look at them, Liquid was much more uncomfortable on Nuke than they were on Ancient in many of their games. There were just moments where like they didn't know exactly what they wanted to do in a post plant or in a late round or things that we haven't seen from them on Ancient, right? Just the jitters of a new team, right? The reality of any new roster is that it takes time to build out a map pool. It takes time to get comfortable. You need practices. You need officials as well. So yeah, I can understand Boss wanting to pick into their most comfortable maps, but there comes a time to try and go for an anti-strat, and it's when you're up against a team with players of the caliber of Liquid, and I think that I am a little surprised that they didn't put more of an emphasis on that in the veto.
Yeah, I think because it comes down to comfort level, because I think on Nuke, yes, they've been good, but it's been more of an up and down good than the consistent strength they've had on a map like Ancient. So yes, definitely more comfortable. That's why they picked it. I understand your points, Mike. I see them, and I totally agree that in a world and maybe another timeline, Boss picks Nuke and comes up with a win potentially against Liquid. And it was a close match on Nuke too, 13-10 for Liquid. So it makes sense to try and lean into it, but I think they just wanted to show their best hand, and their best hand is Ancient.
And there's also a degree of, there've been so many qualifiers right now, right? They've been, I mean, they've been running through, they didn't have to play the Open for this, but they've been running through the RMR Open and closed qualifiers as well, that there just hasn't necessarily been the same level of time for preparation that maybe you'd like if you're Boss. Yeah. Maybe you haven't been able to think about this Liquid matchup as much. Now, they have had the luxury, again, of not playing the Open, so there's been a little bit more time to think about it. But they will not be going for the punish. So it will be Ancient. It will be a map we've seen a lot of from Liquid. It will be a map we've seen a lot of from Boss. And we are going to go live into the server. So enough of us waffling about. It's more a time to see what the players waffle about in the server as the pistol round goes.
Alrighty. Well, let's see what Boss can do again on this pistol round. They have one thing going for them, and it's 2-0 on pistols. They have not been defeated. So, and that's thanks to Cryptic's 3K when they were on the CT side, and Freshy's 3K on the T side. So perhaps one of those two will again show their stuff here against a Liquid squad that has been stymied, at least on pistols against them. It's something, like I said. Here they come. Skulls gets one, traded by Darty, and Boss have found a lot of ground here. Cadian misses one shot, but gets two right back. Looking for the third now. Finally goes down.
Bomb's down.
He's given his team the advantage, and the bomb's been dropped.
Not ideal. Cynic push back as well. Brett trying to come into this. But this is going to be a tough ask. You ceded control to the CTs for this round. Yikandar is even holding very positive. Okay, something's messy with the mini map, so we're not going to worry about that. But they'll eventually get through. Cynic coming in. Kill will be on. I'm a little confused about why. I guess that Twists, who's 7 on the mini map.
I think so. Yeah, that's weird.
Huh? Is Darty 1?
I don't know.
Am I just really misreading the 1?
Well, we'll have to see once they move around a little bit. But I saw the 7 as well, unless
All
it
right.
was really weird.
An interesting one. Mini map, having a little revenge.
It's okay now.
It's perfectly fine now. It's perfectly fixed. We're all good. Everything is as it should be. There might have been a disconnect, reconnect during the pistol, which sometimes does make the numbers a little bit crazy. But the end result is the same, which is that Liquid are very comfortable in that pistol round.
And I mean, Cadian, there was a mistake made, and that's when you have to capitalize. When he misses that shot and goes back around cover, Boss has to get the immediate frag. And I'd say Cadian was in a worse position than they were, but they just couldn't close in on him. And he hits 2 perfect headshots, which also helps his case. Twist now waiting aggressively. Look how far up he is, the amount of control he's got in this anti-eco. And then through the smoke connects on the Cynic and almost finishes him off. The bullet just barely going wide. And Naf, look, I mean, they're right in the face of Boss. They want to give them nothing here.
Cheeky for Naf. Oh, he spots the shadow. He knows he's got it. The reload, not the right time, Naf. Not the right time. Everybody's here. So there could be a chance. There could be an opportunity. Yekendar's not interested in allowing it, though, and he's got a teammate to give him cover. Give him shelter. Couple casualties, but that's it.
Okay, I have to say,
3 players lived through. All right, what do you have to say, John?
Liquid's going to need to be careful, because that was more of, that looked like a little bit of overconfidence boiling over here, going for that aggressive play from Naf, getting one, jumping on top of the box, reloading afterwards. Little mistakes start to get made if you get too overconfident and you're Liquid. So right there, yes, they only lose 2. It could have been cleaner. And, you know, they weren't punished as much as they could have been. But still, they need to be careful. Don't get over-aggressive. Don't make those mistakes that... don't make unforced errors, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, the confidence flowing from Anubis, right? But you don't want to get too frisky with it. Speaking of which, I mean, that's a more acceptable aggro peak, but without the smoke behind it, yeah, there's definitely some risk there, and they will be punished for it. Now pressure on towards the B site. Naf going to be besieged. As I say that, though, Boss have pulled all of this rotation, all of this presence, and they still got a lot of options in towards mid. They might be reading this perfectly. Util gonna try and keep the Liquid players here. It's a bit of a gamble out from Liquid. But do they catch the window peak? Ooh, no, just missed. Just missed. This is gonna get real weird. Timing is everything here. Liquid's on the chase. Liquid's reading this. The question is just, do they get around in time? The flank's going to be caught. Brett is going to be a dead man, and indeed he is, so the numbers are evened up, and Twist is back into the fray. Twist finds the space, looking for more. He's got it on the lineup.
No.
He sets up the TK. Oh, no. Cynic had him dead to rights, but he took a teammate along with him. And now it's falling apart for Boss. The pressure's on. The Molotov missing. The bomb's getting planted, but Skulls has worked his way all the way around the world, and he will take the first piece off the board. It's all on the Cynic now. Spot known. Skulls with the execution, and Liquid looking like they were just going to full gamble stack that, but the recovery found in the nick of time.
That is such a big play from Twist, right? He only gets one, but he effectively got 2 frags there because the players were lined up and the TK comes through so well done, and it set up that flank from Skulls because Boss was so concerned with everything happening in front of them. They completely forgot to leave a player watching the back, and that's when Skulls strikes. So 3-0 for Liquid. I thought Boss had a chance in that round to really pull off an important round victory, but they won't get it. They come back here. It's going to be Galil's pretty much across the board aside from Cynic with the AK. And they do have a good amount of utility, so another chance for them to come through here with a round victory. But Liquid are starting to stymie them in such a significant way, and that early aggression we saw appears to have just been on the anti-ecos. Now they have settled themselves down. And I say that, but of course, aggression is important in towards mid on Ancient, just they were going way too far.
They like the aggressive hold outside of B main. They like the smokes into elbow, smokes into door, take the space, take the ground. It's a lot of what they've been playing with. But this time, it seems like A instead is going to be under siege. Skulls on a bit of an island. Although, as I say that, look at Cadian on this flank. Oh, how cheeky are they going to get with this? How cheeky are they going to get? Skulls has one more flashmate. Doesn't have any more stall out utility. A molly would go a long way here. Darty's making a play through the door. Darty caught. They're going to realize nothing's going on here. Twist is going to flank out this player in spawn. So now they've got all the numbers. Question is just, what can Skulls do on the site? He gets one. He lives? Flashbang? No. He'll get run down. He's done enough, though, is the thing. Because his teammates have just eliminated so many bodies around the map. Freshie, though, taking the initiative. Knowing that they could not make this post plan work in a 2v4. Goes forth and fries. And now Naf is under siege. Flashbang stalling them out, but Brett's got the kill, but the bomb is lost.
Oh,
they could have just left. They could have gone towards B, but Freshie sticks around. And now Brett's chasing shadows. And he's walking right into the crosshair of Yekindar. These rounds are getting frisky, but ultimately, Liquid prevail.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid again, I mean, when you try to go for that aggressive setup with 3 players outside of B main, right, and outside those B double doors, then you sacrifice so much positioning on the A site, and you have a lot of faith in Skulls to hold the fort. And yes, he does get one, but 2 players find a way past, and then Cadian gets completely clotheslined trying to come back in into Donut. So afterwards, I thought maybe Brett would be able to do something more. He actually does, but his teammate goes down, and they weren't fully committed to that rotation to the B site with the bomb, and ultimately that's what costs them. And I mean, it just looks like there's a few situations where nerves are kind of getting to them.
Perhaps. I mean, we spoke about it before, right? They have not matched up against this Liquid roster despite playing in a couple of the qualifiers on the other side from them. But, you know, for a team like Boss, for a relatively young, relatively inexperienced team, the first time you're up against Yekindar or a Cadian or a Twist,
It's pretty insane.
it can be a little nervy, man. I mean, these are players that you've watched and looked up to through your time. And now you're trying to rip their head from their shoulders, and sometimes that moment can get to you.
Of course.
See if the Boss can settle down. It's not an auspicious start for sure, but they've been able to string together another bye. Seems like our aggressive fight's going to be outside of B. Smoke onto the doors will delay this. Do they want to try and go through? Do they want to risk it? Naf just gets it on the spam. Playing close to the doors.
Jeez,
going
man,
through would be ambitious.
Every round he's hugged those doors.
I think in this moment as well, it was maneuvering in case a Molotov came in while he was flashed, right? Trying to avoid that potential risk. So it's a savvy bit of play, but now look at how much map control Liquid have, right? They've got Twist looking in towards mid and elbow. They got all this control outside of B. They got all this ground. When this smoke fades, Yekindar is going to see that there is no one here. Or is he going to have a chance of a fight? Ooh, the fight's coming to him. The flashbang's good. The timing couldn't be better. Only one found, but then you got Twist for the wombo combo, leaving everything just on to Freshie, and now we start to see a dominant round out from Liquid. They have all this utility. They can go for all this control.
Oh, the timing.
And Freshie's just going to immediately get shuttered by the Opacadian.
I mean, that's such good positioning as well, right? And Naf throws the flashbang for Yekindar. He gets one, eventually gets traded, but Twist is right around the corner over in the cubby, slowly but surely crouches his way out, and he finds not one but two more and takes control of the round. So the spacing's good, the positioning is great, and the utility's awesome. So everything is going their way.
These are exactly the kind of things that you want to see out of the development of an early roster, right?
Yes.
This is the kind of stuff that's really starting to gel with this Liquid team over just these earliest of officials, right? All these online officials. You get reps together on the server. You know the timing of your teammate. You know that Skulls might get run down here, and we might have a round unless, well, Twist on the scene. Oh, the repairman, because he's fixing this site leak, anticipated the wider swing, got flashed up, but Naf is there, and if it's not one, it's the other. Maybe, again, more expensive than expected, but it's still a 6-0 for Liquid.
And it doesn't even matter that it's expensive because they've got tons of money available to them. That foundation's been built up since it's 6-0 in their favor. And I would say Skull's getting a little over aggressive, being the A anchor and the only player that's been on A over these last few rounds. So he gets punished immediately. The thing is, there's Twist, finds the insta trade, slows Boss down enough for Nap to get activated from Donut, and everything's fine, even though it was costly, which didn't really matter in the end. Nade connects for a little bit of damage onto Twist. He's going to return the favor with some util of his own. And Boss, well, they only wanted to throw that nade and then attract a ton of attention. But look at this now. Skulls is not on A. There's no one on A, so Boss can walk out for free.
If they do it. If they do it, but they're expecting Skulls to be here, right? Because Skulls has been moved around, because he's been this piece, they're not anticipating it, not having seen him. They're expecting some sort of presence, so they want the mid control. Leave the player in A main, and this is exactly what Liquid's gambling on. This is exactly the kind of Cadian call that we grew to know and love on Heroic. Playing with their expectations, playing with the positioning, playing a little bit of positionless Counter-Strike as well, and setting your opponents up to fail on this smoke fade. On the wraparound, he's going to get caught. That was overambitious. That was Liquid trying to gain back ground, but now they've found Skulls. Now they know the A-side anchor is gone. How do they read this? They still want the mid spot, and that could give them a chance at a twist fight. Cadian on the line. That was the bomb. That was the bomb, John!
No.
Oh, no! Now they have to chase after it. It's come down to the 2v2. 30 seconds. Time is an issue as well, and it's all going to be up to Freshie. Man, every potential advantage for Boss, but in a moment, it's dashed by the strong op of Cadian. Freshie looking for the C4. Might get a chance at a plant, but how does he possibly read this positioning? They're headed his way. And he will be heard. Yeah, he has to go. It's certainly being heard. Twist knows he's here. Twist barely misses him. Knows that he just has to deny this plant. While he will concede the bomb plant, John, he won't concede the round.
Yeah, well, I mean, for Boss, they managed to slip a bomb plant in, which means a much better buy-up will come through in terms of utility into this round. But that's 7 for Liquid, already taking this half. Not a single one on the board for Boss, and the most frags they have on any one player is Cynic at 5. No one has a KDR above 1 or even really close to it. This is extremely tough for the Boss squad. And Skulls, for a second time, gets a little too aggressive, makes a mistake there, and Boss can't capitalize on it. The worst thing about that is they went out first with the bomb, and they lost the bomb even though they had the numbers advantage. Brett's going to get one, traded out by Skulls immediately. That's Cryptic who goes down. 4v4, smoke gets tossed by Brett, who's got control of Donut at the very least, so that could push Boss into this A site. Cadian realizes that and immediately pushes in. That's a good flashbang and a better smoke. Boss gaining the space. This is likely a bomb plant.
Should be. Molotov going to slow it down, at least cost Darty some health. This is a huge fight. Freshie's not looking for it. Freshie's not looking for it. Ooh, Yekindar wanted to play the patience. But as it is, that's the first bastion of defense taken away. Now they're trying to fight out, but they know they're under threat. They know they're under siege. Skulls is kicking in the door back to his site. Says, you know what? I'm the anchor here. This is my home. And you can't take it away from me. Cynic doesn't know which way to look. He doesn't know which way to look. The defuse is on, and a Liquid will chain the 8th round in a row together as they look to just completely shut Boss out of Ancient.
I mean, yeah, what don't they have going for them right now? The coordination on the retake looking extremely strong. Yes, they lose that one player at the beginning when the site is taken, but after that, they just throw Boss into a fit. Like, they cannot find out where Liquid is coming from because they are all over the map. And Yekindar on the flank really starts things off again. That A main flank has not been watched by Boss both times they've managed to actually get that plant on the A site, and it's cost them every time. Skulls before that, and then Yekindar this time, who, like you said, he wanted to play that patient game. He wanted to burn some time out and gain some information. They just turn around on him, and he says, okay, well, I'll take the frag anyway. And at that point, everyone else starts to activate on Liquid.
Feels like Liquid just don't stop activating.
No.
Cadian might get activated on in this round. How is he alive?
Yeah.
How is he alive? Too many of those shots hit the bricks, and Cadian's actually able to get a do-over. Oh,
No,
Yekindar,
no.
the spray transfer is disgusting. That's filthy. That is absolutely filthy. And look, even if they gain this space on A, look at how far back the bomb is. Cryptic has to live. He has to recover the C4. He has to link up with his teammates. They're finding all this space. Maybe... Ooh, Yekindar just spotted a player, I believe. Yeah, he saw. I think he got the pixel, the flash on the minimap. So they know. They know they're given this ground. But it's not even a guarantee that Boss will get a bomb plan. Yekindar maybe gets a little overzealous. But it's still a man disadvantage in the post plan with all the information over to the other side. Woke up for CT. Spam on. Oh, good kills coming through. And finally there's an answer. What can Cadian do? The captain of the squad. He finds the first off the nade. They know where he's coming from. Doesn't need to save this AWP. But he's going to. This might actually be about taking guns out of their hands. Conceding the one round, but minimizing what they're able to carry through. Or is he really going to make a go of this? Is he really going to make a try? Cryptic's holding for it.
Perfect.
Shadow gives it away, but Cryptic fires a little early.
No.
Brett's low. But Brett will hang on by the tippy tips of his fingers. Brett keeps them fighting here, keeps them alive. And Boss will get one round, at least,
Even
here
when
on
they-
Ancient.
When they win the rounds, like, it's just so very difficult. Liquid making them fight for every bit of map control that they get. And I mean, Cadian, I thought he had it. I really did. I just with Brett that low, I thought he was just going to tap him down and get the defusal. But no, denied. And finally,
Ooh.
Boss at least cracked the goose egg.
Cynic, I think, may have just had a pixel. Hard to tell with the X-ray there. But it's going to be the beat play. Cadian
Jeez.
flipping Cryptic early. Finding his first. The scope's just a little high. Flashbang's good. Trade off the nade. It's getting spicy here. Keep with the rifle. Stays alive. Molotov forces him further into the fray. The rotations for Liquid a little bit tense. Despite all those rounds won in a row, despite winning 8 rounds in a row, the bank's gone after this one if they can't close. Honestly, astonishing. Too many of those rounds got a little close for them. Let's see what they can do. Liquid's going to gamble, and they're gambling wrong. Do you smoke in? Gonna hold Yekindar at bay unless he just goes through it. He's gonna go through it because, well, I mean, of who he is as a person. And a player, and the kills, the transfer is there. It's all on a freshie now.
Stop it. Like, stop. Okay, there we go. Freshie gets the frag onto
not getting
him,
the bomb
but
plant.
He's not getting the bomb plant. Yeah,
No.
you're absolutely right.
No way.
Skull's going to finish it off. And I mean, Yekindar below half health, or at least around it, and he gets 2 with 3 HP left. That should have been a trade for Boss, and it isn't. That's just, I mean, a testament to how good Yekindar is, but also Boss, how much they're struggling here to just get those trades and find those frags that are critical in every single round.
Don't want to take anything away from Yekindar. He is phenomenal right now, right? I mean, the timing, the feel for it, the presence to go through the smoke, to not wait on his team, to take the initiative, to find the fight. The timing just works out beautifully for him.
Yes.
This is massively being played by Liquid. Yes, Boss are clearly absolutely rattled. But we don't want to take anything away from the masterclass we're seeing. Skulls might be under pressure here as the A anchor, though, again, they'll just work freshly into position. It's a very limited buy for Boss. There's only 2 rounds left in this half, so they're going to force to try and get both of them. Can understand that. But yeah, Kadar taking the initiative. He's traded. He's traded. Now I'm going to get this back. How about timing here? Now putting Doherty on notice. No teammates at hand. It's all about this fight, and Nafs won it. So it is the A take. Skulls a little back further.
Oh, nice shot.
Get domed. What a shot from the Techie Freshie. Finding some form off the Tech 9. Strongest gun in CS2, John. And the bomb's now ticking away. Katie just made a footstep, I believe, here in Temple. Brett's holding this. Brett's not got the killing blow, but that could be it. How does Katie win that fight? How on earth? Surely this doesn't get away from Boss. Surely not, John. Surely not.
I mean, it looks like it might, but honestly,
Naf's got the kit.
They know.
Naf's got the kit, but no, the spray down is good. The double swing, the ping pong there from Boss is enough, and now the money is gone for Liquid. So, where a second round came, a third may soon follow here for Boss.
Yeah, they haven't gotten 2 in a row yet, though. There was that win from Liquid in between, but the good news, of course, for Boss anyway, is that the money is shot on the Liquid side. It's good news for Liquid is it's the last round, so they can force up and buy whatever they can get. It's not going to be much, but it will at least be a couple of MP9s and a little bit of util, all of it leaning towards Naf and Cadian with Yekindar. Out of the remaining 3, having that flashbang. That's all that's left out of that. Yekindar. Throwing the flash towards Ram. Cryptic walking up aggressively. This could be bad for Boss. If they don't clear the corner, they do not. Yekindar gets 2 more, and they have to fall back. Naf's just trying to survive and jump around this Molotov, and he does. But that is very bad news. Freshie does manage to bring one back, and there's Cynic calming things down.
Cadian's on the angle, though. Cadian's on the angle with this MP9. The flashbang's there. Cadian. Oh, he's got the kill.
Dude.
Taking advantage of CS2's mechanics. Maybe a little frisky on the reload. Yeah. So it's just dualies and a 5-7. Dualies and a 5-7. A dink on for the first. Skulls, we've seen him hit some crazy clips with a 5-7. And he's going to have an AK. He's going to have an AK. Never mind. The gun's no longer a concern in the slightest. 17 bullets in this. But on the smoke fade, he's looking one way. The shot's coming from the other. And Boss do, in fact, secure a third round to send us to the halftime break. And we are in for what could be a very quick half here, John. A dominant first half from Liquid, but Boss do find a little bit of spice at the end. 3 of the last 4 rounds, and they give themselves a fighting chance here from what could have been just an absolute blowout.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's good to see them get those last 2 rounds, even though, again, Liquid made them fight tooth and nail just to find them. Even at the end with, I mean, Liquid literally fighting with sticks and stones at some point, were able to make life difficult for Boss. But here we go into the pistol round. Boss, Cynic, he got the information, but the thing is, they're going to get surrounded very quickly. Support needs to come in, and it is. Darty's there over towards Long B. They charge down Rap to try and gain some space. In the meantime, well, Cynic does manage to double back and get all 3 frags. Darty finds Nap, and here we go. Boss looking their usual selves now in the pistol round, looking to take their 3rd of the 4 we've played here so far.
There we go. But let's see if the captain, the main character himself, can find a little plot armor here. 3 targets to find. 12 bullets in the Glock. His first test, Cynic. Who's going to get blindsided? Caught off on the timing. The dualies could be picked up here if Cadian wanted them. But he's going to stick with his trusty sidearm. He's going to work with what he's got. Expecting response, but it's one that won't come. And he's going to put enough time in this that they have to think about whether it's cave or not. But there's the confirmation. There's the spot, and the shot won't come. Brett pulls them out of the fire on that one.
Oof. All right. Yeah, Brett at least managing to get things done there for Boss. They do get their 4th here on the pistol. So it's only a 5-round lead for Liquid. And, I mean, another good note for Boss is they won 3 in a row now, looking to make it 4. So this would be quite a recovery from them if they're able to pull off this next one. And, of course, Liquid not getting the bomb plant means that things should heavily favor Boss, with only $100 combined being spent by Liquid. And those were just on decoys.
Oh, Darty cycling. Scroll wheel switching, man. He's not sure what to fight with. Please tell me he doesn't scroll wheel switch. Darty, if you're listening back to this and you scroll wheel, don't. Be better. Be better. Here comes the swing. Not going to work out too well for Liquid initially. Now Darty with his trusty unicorn at his side. He's coming hunting. And he's finding his prey. So not expecting much out of this round for Liquid with just the Glocks. But they are taking their time with it. Skulls has lost the bomb. Not really seeing the idea here. They might catch the sword room player. Cadian with the activation. There is a dink. It's just a Glock, so it doesn't do much. And NAF will at least add a blemish to the permanent record of Boss. But I think they're still going to get a strong performance review for this one, as Boss seems set to find a 5th.
And there it is. Cryptic gets the last, and that is a 4th in a row found for this Boss squad. 4 rounds separate these 2 squads as well, but here come the rifles, and this is where Boss have, well, struggled on pretty much every single map we've played so far, except, well, we've only played 2, but it's just those last couple that we saw at the end of the first half, and only, I think, one of those was actually a rifle buy-up coming through from Liquid. Alrighty, Boss, MP9's available, 3 of them backed, an M4 and an A1S. So not going to be the easiest time on the defense against those AKs, and even tougher because Liquid's leaning into the very weak site.
I can understand wanting to go for gamble stack here, but they have chosen wrong. Freshy's about to have the world on his shoulders. Molotov needs to go out. Do they have a smoke for it? No, it'll stymie them. The rotation maybe can come through. Smoke was a little late. Kill is going to be there, though, for Twist. He's got it in time.
Nice
and the Nature's chase. Good trade on it. Still, they can't deny the bomb plant, and Yekindar locking them out of mid as well. Means that this is a very tough retake to make work.
And do you even go for this, right? Because the money's not exactly stabilized yet on the CT side.
Do they have no kits?
Isn't insurmountable. They have no kits.
There has to be one down on site, right?
I think so.
Because if there was one back in B main, presumably Brett would have already retrieved it. Well, they're not going to go for this because of the kits and the lack of bodies and all of the aforementioned issues, which means that Liquid is going to have double digits on. Which means that this next round, with the save, Boss can get a decent investment out of it. But this next round is going to take on massive importance for Boss. This is going to be their survival in the upper bracket of this qualifier on the line. And a reminder, I don't think we actually mentioned it yet, only one team of these 4 goes through.
Yep.
So yes, it's double elim, but that is a long road to make the run back from the lower bracket.
It's going to be a difficult task once you get there, no question. But Boss no strangers to lower bracket, right? They've done it before. Maybe they can do it again, now, assuming they get there, because they could still come out and push this to a map number 3. We'll see. Boss coming into this one. It's, looking for a 6th round. Liquid again, finding double digits far before Boss or even close to it. Brett's going to work around the edge of the smoke, hoping to catch the Liquid players off guard, and he might. Twist, almost out. No, Twist was not through the smoke. I think Brett might have caught a leg or something, realized someone was there, but unable to connect with many shots at all.
No, just a little souvenir for Twist. 15 damage. Little bullet lodged in his calf.
Yeah.
It's just like buckshot, man. It's like buckshot. Barely hurts. More like birdshot, actually. Buckshot would hurt a lot.
Yeah, buckshot would be very painful, I was going to say.
Birdshot, man. It's birdshot.
Yeah.
Just a BB in there. Mid has been completely given over by Boss. Yeah. And Liquid are very happy. Roll out the red carpet. Okay, but there is resistance in Donut. Problem is, MP9 on the first phase. Brett burning up. Freshie burns his smoke. Meanwhile, they lose a player here towards B. So they know they've held some presence in Donut. They may have distracted on the focus. Now they've really got the choices in sight. Yekendar's kill sets up the first. Oh, Freshie just gave up the shadow. They know he's here.
Jeez.
They know he's here. Shadow advantage just too much to bear. This bomb's going down. Boss have to save these 2 guns. And look at the positioning already. Liquid are tightening the net. They're looking for the hunt. They're looking to slam the door shut right on Boss's fingers. And I don't know if you've ever had a door slam on your fingers, but it does not feel good. First kill found. Needed to have that. No chance at this retake, but can they keep the bodies alive? Cynic is fighting for it. Now he's starting to think about getting closer. Skulls will eliminate him, and Naf finds the last, so the hunt is rewarded. And Liquid, well, now it might just be easy street to seal the dub on this series win.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, every single round has been tough for Boss, but that one was quite decisive in the favor of Liquid. I mean, they lost that opening duel, that one frag that Liquid finds into Cave. Just, that's the one that leads Boss throws him into a complete loop, and then they try to take that fight from Donut a little too early. Yes, they have to smoke for the Molotov, but afterwards Liquid is able to clean both players out. Yekenda walking in. Okay, hold on. Cryptic gets 2. They kind of line up for him, and they've got some upgrades as well. Darty's going to continue to put the pressure on. Nap hopes to get 2, and he does. Then Twist finds the 3rd. You've got to be kidding me. Right when Boss looked like they were going to threaten, even though it's just an eco round for them, Liquid has the answer. Okay. Cynic's gonna get 2. Nap and Twist gone. He's got the AK, and now hold the phone. A 1v1. Skulls doesn't have the bomb either, but Cynic doesn't know that he's in control of it because it was dropped beyond the double doors. This is a wild one, Mike.
This could be wild. Cynic's in the right spot at the right time. Could have it. Cynic's got it.
Oh,
no! Skulls just gets the shot off. Liquid find map point. It was a round they never should have been close. Never should have been contentious, John. Whew. But somehow it was. And somehow some way, Liquid still prevailed.
Wow. I mean, the fact that Cynic just swings around and gets 2 with the USP in the situation, and I mean, Liquid getting caught with utility in their hands. It's the one time where Liquid look shakier than we've seen them in every other round, but Boss still can't get it at the end. Cynic had the advantage. He held the right angle, but couldn't hit the final shot. Freshly going out aggressively into A main, does manage to get one before falling back. So Yekundar's down the thing is the B site is lost. Twist gets 2 beauties.
Whew. Golly, the aim is impeccable. Cynic and Freshie, a wounded Freshie, but a battling Cynic who found some momentum, some juice off that USP round. They're giving themselves a chance at least. The bomb, though, look at this. Oh, no. They're being led around by their nose. The bomb's on the other side of the map now. Could have put it to bed there. Won't be able to do so, so it comes down to the 2v2. Skull's going to get the A plant. Twist is in towards mid. There's no way they're going to expect him in this cubby. There's just no way. Cynic thought about clearing it. He's not going to have it. Freshie's left. The healthy player gone. Just onto Freshie. The walking wounded. Skulls just needs one bullet to put this one to bed. How does he want to play it? How does he want to approach it? He's going around the world. Worried that Freshie could have doubled back, but the thing is there's no kit. Freshie has to go on this bomb now, and he's got no smoke. He's got no chances. He's got no hope. There's the tap. There's the spot. There's the shot for Skulls. And he will put this one to bed. Liquid dominant in their opening match of the IEM Chengdu close qualifier here in North America. Absolutely spanking Boss and sending them out of the server.
Yeah, I mean, there were some flashes there for Boss, right? I mean, Cynic's play the most recent one where they were able to try and get something going. I think overall on Ancient, they had more frags, they challenged in more rounds, but every time they got right up to the finish line and couldn't cross it because something got in their way, whether their own 2 feet or Liquid with their guns, and Yekundar in particular, who seemed to be in the right place at the right time so many times.
Yeah, I mean, some strong individual performances, definitely bailing Liquid out of some maybe overconfident rounds, maybe overly aggressive rounds, a little bit of extra frisk, but at the end of the day, it is domination all the way through. Let's take a look at the bracket. There is a match going on the B stream. That's M80 Wildcard. That is still in contention. Let's take a look at our bracket in just a moment. As an update on that game, M80 dominated on map number 1, won 13-4. But now it's on to Ancient, and Wildcard are up 6-1 on their T side. So it's looking good, potentially, for that to be a 3-map series. And John, we're going to have a nice long while to wait for our upper bracket final.
Yes, we will. It's going to be 2.5 hours, right? Until we got the upper bracket final.
Thereabouts, yeah. So, folks, you're going to want to go over to the B stream for the time being, watch the rest of that M80 wildcard game, and then we'll be back with you for the upper bracket final, which will be taking place in 2 hours and 27 minutes. We'll see you all then. For now, bye-bye.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. fearing. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear you now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise me I'm losing sight of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise me. Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loudly Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Big Pack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm hier nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest. Nein, ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Nein, Engel und Teufel tanzen schwansee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, sound. Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the IEM Chengdu 2024 closed qualifier here for North America. We're looking at our upper bracket matchup. We're ready to send one team through to the grand final, but who's it going to be? It's going to be Liquid. Is it going to be Wildcard? That's the big question. And to summarize here, John, based on the matches we had in the first round, Liquid, Smackdown on boss.
Yes.
No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Wildcard had a bit more trouble with M80, but again, they look strong in the final two maps of that series. This Wildcard team is one to get really excited about, John.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I expect good things from Infinite, from Slight. I mean, those guys have been really strong in the past, but one player that I didn't really know what I was going to get from, he was on Limitless, he was on Forsaken, was JBA. I mean, he's a 19-year-old guy, very young player. You know, he's had his ups and downs throughout ECL, but now he's the top frag on the team. It's unbelievable. I don't know what happened, but he's really thriving with these veterans.
Yeah, I'm really starting to get very excited about JBA. But watching him play is fascinating, intriguing, because you're right, he's a 19-year-old player, but the thing that's fascinating about him is he just doesn't seem to make mistakes. Like, it is Rops-esque in that sense. I'm not saying he is Rops at this point, but the style of play is very much that. Maximizing the potentials, taking your fights, right? He's got snappy aim, don't get me wrong. The mechanics are there. That's part of it. But he's playing a really good brand of CS. And what's really been interesting to watch in this team is very frequently it feels like he's duoed up with Stanislaw, whether that's in the site partnership or whether that's in retakes or whatever it is that's coming through, and they play really well off of each other, which is incredibly encouraging, because a guy like Stan, who's been around a lot of star players over the years, who's been around a lot of different rosters and knows exactly what he wants, the fact that they're on the same page, the fact that they're communicating that well when it's just the two of them, fascinating to me. I think this has become one of the most interesting teams to watch, and I'll be honest, I wasn't that hype when the initial announcement came through, if I'm being honest, but they've definitely won me over. They've definitely proved themselves to be a major contender to rise to the top of the NA scene.
Yeah, I do agree. I kind of looked at him like, oh, Stan was struggling with EG. Didn't look like he had the motivation when he left that roster, and I was wondering if he'd be able to find it again. And yeah, I saw it as well. I know Sonic was playing really well. Slight, I've always been a fan of, so I was kind of expecting good things from him. And Infinite as well is a great player, but hadn't really found his next level, I would say, you know? So
he had those issues as well with the wrist surgery where his individual form had taken a hit for a little while, but It seems like he's fully recovered from that. When I've been able to watch him recently, he's been lights out.
Yeah, and I mean, they did struggle a little bit, right? I talked about it at the end of last year. They weren't looking necessarily at the level that everyone was expecting them to be, but then I guess they got some practice in the offseason. They came right in. They made the RMR. They're looking great against pretty much every team they've gone up against. And even against Liquid, they did push them to overtime. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, this is said to be a spicy matchup. Let's take a peek at the bracket just to see where we're at here. This is our upper bracket final. So this will send, I mean, it's only a 4-team tournament, right? So the bracket's not that spicy. But M80 Boss playing in the lower bracket. That'll be happening over on the B stream. So check that one out. Wildcard Liquid here for a spot in that grand final. It's a spicy opportunity. A shot in IEM Chengdu, another IEM, a chance to play in an S-tier tournament. For Liquid, you know, that's expected that they'll get to that level, certainly, but still good to get those opportunities early with the new roster. For Wildcard, it's a chance to prove yourself massively, especially if you can take down Liquid. And you're right, John, they've already played an overtime map up against Liquid where, frankly, they look to be in the driving seat for a good chunk of it.
Yeah, and I mean, like, that in itself is impressive to pull off against a Liquid squad that, you know, has had a couple of tough matches, that being one of them, and the other one against M80 where they got just completely taken apart. But I think, again, a lot of that is just because this team is trying to find its form, and there have been minor hiccups. I mean minor, and that's one map against M80 and then the map against Wildcard, but we just saw them looking so coordinated, looking like the chemistry is already formulating itself, the utility synchronization is there, everyone feels like they know the spacing of the other player. It's impressive how quickly they've been able to fall into place and fall in line under Cadian's leadership.
Yeah, they've definitely gotten stronger as time's gone on. I mean, it's still, I say time's gone on. It's still very early. They just played their first official, last week? Yep. So this is still very fresh, or I guess 2 weeks ago. This is still very fresh at this point. But they're starting to find their footing in a big way. And I mean, obviously, you expect the individuals when we're watching the highlights from a Twists, from a NAF, from a Yekindar, you're seeing the individual prowess certainly through, and that was expected. But it is that team chemistry. You're absolutely right. Watching, in particular, that Ancient game, the way they were playing off of each other and with the mid takes, with the aggression, really, really encouraging. Curious to see the Veto here. Let's talk about it, John. See what maps we got, because we're going to be hopping into the server, so we'll get right underway. Wildcard are going to pick into Overpass. Liquid will bring Ancient out, and then Anubis is our decider. So again, Liquid get the Ancient and the Anubis. The last meeting between these two teams was on Inferno. So no Inferno this time around. We're going to get the Overpass, which was the map where M80 absolutely stumped this Liquid roster.
Yep. I do like this pick from Wildcard. I mean, you were talking in the previous match how Boss should have gone to Nuke, which is a map that Liquid looked more vulnerable on, but they stuck to their guns. On Ancient, it didn't go well, of course, but here Wildcard are going for a bit of a punish pick, because he talked about it. It's the map that they struggled on mightily against M80, so I think Wildcard are already starting themselves off on the right foot.
It's encouraging. We'll see if they can capitalize. I've been very impressed with this roster. I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show, but they're looking pretty well drilled. They're up on meta. Feels like all the rust has been broken off for Stanislaus and IGL. Yekindar's burning alive, but Cadian will keep him safe only for a moment. And Yeki's lost as well, so a clean sweep of the site. Only Infinite lost. Bomb down. Skulls and Naf to try and pick up the pieces to this pistol round. And it's not looking likely.
Yeah, if there's one weakness we can talk about for Liquid, it's been the pistol rounds, at least so far in this close qualifier. Only winning 1 of 4 in the previous series, and now, well, 1 of 5 in both combined, losing to Wildcard there. But it hasn't stopped them. I think the more impressive thing in the Boss matchup is that they didn't even lose double-digit rounds on either map, and it wasn't even close to that, in fact. And I think that speaks testaments to how good Liquid has been.
Let's force buy. Let's see, what do we got here? We got no kits. Keep an eye on that if it turns into a retake. We got 3 SMGs. 2 with just pistols. Dualies for NAF. Always interesting up against armored opponents. And a 5.7 for Skulls. The dualies for NAF are saved through from the last round. That's why he's got them. But not a fun one against armor. Ooh, look at the timing. They're just past Cadian. They got all the space. The road is open, but look at this. With Liquid taking aggression towards short, now the smoke on. They should have a pretty good idea of what's going on here. Still worried that it could be a fake. This could be the wrap-up. So it's looking like it's going to be 10 alive in the post plant. An unusual circumstance. Slight's going hunting for this, wondering where the heck the contact actually is. Sticking around for his party. And his patience will be rewarded.
Tough fight there, though. Yekindar almost drops him. Slight at 14 HP, and now at 3. He is lucky to be alive. Liquid are hunting down frags because they don't necessarily have much of a chance at this retake, or maybe they do. They got a couple of players potentially moving in. No, they're going to the B side.
They're playing for exits. Yeah, they're keeping the armor alive. Trying to maybe get a gun upgrade here. You tell Infinite's wary about it. Why aren't we being hunted? Why aren't we being contacted? Oh, okay. Someone's trying to punish, and Skulls, well, he's going to withdraw, keep the armor up.
I mean, I respect this play from Liquid. It worked when they were up against Boss earlier on, right? When they lost that pistol round immediately over on Anubis, they said, okay, well, we're going to go for some more passive, patient play. If we don't win the initial fights, we play for exits, and if that doesn't work out, at least we keep a couple of guns, or a few guns in this case, going into the following round.
How do you maximize this? That's the real question. I mean, there's going to be some form of a gamble, right? We've seen that from Liquid a lot early on here.
Aggression would be the... Yeah, they're going to do that, exactly. So just go for some aggression into long. I was going to say Fountain as well, but it looks like they still want to keep one player on the B side. And there we go. The other 2 players are activating now towards bathrooms and short A. So they're going for this early mid control.
I don't think they're going to peek around this unless they get something very obvious. They're hoping someone plays into them. So you get the 1-2 punch of the SMG and the 5.7. Well, let's see. Slight's going to trip the trap. That's going to trip right in. He's doing it dry as well. Oh, Skulls was waiting for him to come around the corner. There's the flashbang on it. USP not so effective, and Slight actually withdraws, so well done there. Wildcard avoiding getting caught. And eventually, Slight finds the timing. That works out beautifully for him. But the SMG now, there's a crossfire. They got to be wary about this long player, but Twist is causing such problems. He's made it expensive. Naf, though, with just the dualies, can't do any more.
The great thing about that round, though, is that Liquid didn't really invest anything into it. They just carried over the 3 guns and hoped that they could manage to do something. I think the MP9 was, of course, carried over. I'm not sure if that was purchased, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, they got 3 frags off of it, didn't invest much at all, and Wildcard have to reinvest 3 times, which means their money's in a bit of precarious spot, whereas Liquid are going to get a full-on buy-up, including the op already in Cadian's hands. So it should be interesting to see if Liquid can get it around on the board quickly and in decisive fashion, similar to what they did against Boss. Skulls peeking around here. Skulls actually wasn't really tested that much, I would say, in the Boss series. He always was on the site on CT side that Boss wasn't going to, and on the T side didn't necessarily have to get involved that much. So perhaps he'll be a little more rested here and ready to rock.
Possible. Tentative round in this. Tense. A little bit of a probe from Wildcard without substantial damage done just yet. It's all going to be about this first contact. Slight wants to look in towards B, but it's nervy.
Oh my goodness.
The nades are punishing. Skulls put on notice. But they haven't forced the rotation just yet. Still, this is coming in towards the B site. What's the utility look like? Skull still has nades, but he's got to be a little nervous about getting dropped. A re-smoke on a monster. That's gonna stall things out here. 35 seconds. It means once this site hit comes through, it's gonna be very low. Again, there's still 2 Molotovs on site. Oh, these nades could make it a win on its own. There should be enough smokes to deal with them, but the first one's going to be deployed. Second one should follow. It's well timed. Stands burning, and Skulls are gonna be able to capitalize. That drops the bomb up sidewalk. Uh-oh, this is disastrous. Wildcard, they've been locked out of this site, and the flashbangs just continue to harry them. This utility usage is perfection for Liquid. I mean, they might have even won that if they didn't pull the trigger. That was so well done.
Absolutely impressive from Liquid. And again, like a shutdown round as soon as they get the rifles in their hands. And they don't really give Wildcard that satisfaction of having, you know, one of those blowaway rounds in the first 3 either, because of the way they played very passively, not really letting Wildcard win the fights. And even when they got into them, they were managing to get bodies down. Looking at the money, as a result, Wildcard will be able to get 2 rifles and, of course, the AWP in Slight's hands. But Stan and Sonic have to settle for pistols only, which gives Liquid another significant edge here. You see 3 players from Wildcard going into the lower tunnels, trying to gain that space. And I mean, that smoke will at least give them the option to push up towards that squeaky door. But it's not going to be an easy path forward. Liquid, 3 players set up on the other side at the B site. And they're already tossing that util out and blocking off sight lines. So it's going to be a little while before we see that first fight.
Stanislav's brought a 6th man to the server. He's a little buddy on the end of his Tech 9.
Oh my god, I was trying to figure out where you were going with that.
He's got the little face on the Tech 9.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be the tip of the spear here, so it's kind of like 2 entries. You got Stan and you got his gun. Utility sailing over. Flashbang no good. Cadian, no. He's going to take more than just Stan and his gun. He's going to take Infinite along with them. Call that a triple collat. And here comes the play. Cadian hits another, and oh, it's just a shutdown. The captain of the squad shows he can do it all himself, even if he's not commanding the troops. And Naf's in the perfect place to catch them trying to bail out to save the op.
I don't know if Wildcard fired more than 2 bullets or even less than that in that round, and Liquid took 0 damage. Complete shutdown as Wildcard showed face, and the spacing wasn't that great because Cadian's able to get that Colat, and then afterwards a wicked flick headshot to cap off an impressive round for the captain here of the Liquid squad. And again, like as soon as the guns get in their hands, they immediately just activate here. And Cadian with the aggression misses the shot. This is just locks out. They have to be careful. Cadian still hits the nade onto Sonic, so he's going to fade away after finding that. 5v4. Wildcard are just hoping for a bomb plant out of this, but I mean, the jig is already up. Their positioning is known.
Nothing doing here for the Glocks, but it is looking snappy for Liquid, which is encouraging. Protracted fight, yet everyone lives.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
Actually, more damage in that round against the Glocks than against the rifles, but it's okay. No bodies dropped for a second round in a row, and we're all tied up at 3-3. Yes.
John, can you tell that Liquid were doing a little bit of server time on Overpass after getting embarrassed by M80?
Yes, definitely. I mean, there's no question that they jumped onto the server almost immediately after all that went down to say, hey guys, that's not okay. We can't lose by a score of 13-3, or I believe it was 13-3. Whatever the case may be, it was domination.
I mean, sometimes the best teacher is a loss, actually.
Yeah.
Teams talk about that a lot. You know, you learn the most from the scrims where you're getting dominated. You learn the most from a loss than you do from a win. So, seems Liquid's been learning a little bit.
I think that's the case for everything, right? Like you'll learn more when you're losing than necessarily when you're winning, just because you can see the flaws that are being exposed.
Yeah, certainly if you have the right approach to things. And it does seem like one of the things that this Liquid construction is emphasizing is taking the right approach to building a team. I don't know if you got a chance to watch that whole building Team Liquid doc they did right at the beginning.
I did not.
It's worth a watch. It's very interesting.
Well, I mean, they learned their lessons from that first attempted rebuild, I guess.
Yeah, well, yeah, they've certainly built a few teams. I think someone gave me a quote on it, which was actually is Will, who does Team Liquid's media stuff, and I think some of their social stuff as well. Apparently, Joe Steve said, you know, hiring the support staff, like bringing MindBody Esports in, was you don't buy a Ferrari without getting the service package.
Ah.
Which I think is a good line.
It is.
Damage done onto Skulls, who's got the op now, bogged and up. So Cadian's going to act a little bit more free. Skulls floating up as well. This is interesting. Wildcard haven't tipped their hand as to where they want to go. They don't have an easy kill to light their way, but they've gained a lot of space here in the bathrooms. Problem is there's 3 players set up to receive them. And Skulls with that op on the line. 40 seconds. They're going to have to make the decision soon. 35 seconds. They just got nothing to show for this. It's going to be a B play, but they're going to leave themselves no margin for error. Twist still has a Molotov. Cadian still has a Molotov as well. The first one's going to be deployed. This is the problem with this slow pace of play. You lose your lurk.
What do you do?
Skulls just strikes with the op, and now you're saying, why is Skulls opping on A? What? So now you're trying to read this situation. You're going to get stalled out towards Monster. They're getting flashed up. They're bumbling around each other. They're literally not going to have enough time to plant this bomb. This is way too late on the take. It does not matter. They're realizing it as well. Oh, crap, guys. We just waited too long. And they got to back up.
Well, why does Skulls even have the op? I mean, they're probably all scratching their heads on Wildcard, but it worked perfectly as he gets the only frag that Liquid needed, and such discipline and patience. And you love to see it because they're throwing the change-up pitch so often on the Liquid side, because usually they're coming out with aggression. They're going out trying to get into the faces of their opponents, in particular here against Wildcard and Overpass in the early goings. And that time, super passive. 3 players towards long, waiting and waiting and waiting. 2 at B, and Wildcard just outweighted themselves and left themselves like, what, 20 seconds? At that point, it might have been better just to save everything because they had very little chance of getting the bomb planted. Oh, now they're going to go fast. Here we go. Let's see if they can win some fights. Nap waiting over in pit, and he's going to get the opener. Yekindar gets a second, a third for Skulls. Everyone's on the board here. Mike is only Slight left standing on an island by his lonesome, and now that island is flooded with Yekindar's bullets. It is going to be a 5th round for Liquid.
Yeesh. I mean, you could see the logic there for Wildcard. They say there's no way we're getting embarrassed again. We're not running out of time. Fast hitter in towards B, but there's a reason you've been taking your time.
Yes.
There's a reason you've been taking your time. This Liquid team, man, they're winning at like 3 phases of the game, right? Yeah. They're winning in the calls. They're predicting the pacing from Wildcard. They have numbers in the right position at the right time. They haven't been caught on the rotation really at all, which considering Cadian's predilection towards calling some stacks, they haven't really done that yet. They haven't needed to. They're winning on the utility, just holding the nades till late, making sure they have the nades on the site that's being hit in the right spot. They're winning at that phase. And then, I mean, mechanically, they're just very good. That's
yes.
a default assumption. Oh, that's the 3rd phase. This is an impressive Overpass game so far. It's just 5-3. There's plenty of time for Wildcard to recover, but you can just tell from the different things that they're trying to throw at Liquid and how much they're getting stumped that this has to be a really frustrating game to play.
I think this is kind of what I was alluding to earlier with Liquid's current roster being in its infancy, and maybe some of these early results can't really tell you that much, because I feel like the gap is going to widen between the other top teams and Liquid very, very soon, and maybe we're seeing it happen right now. I don't know, but Stanislaw and JBA are seeing a nade, and it lands right at their feet. Now they're seeing bullets and death. 2 frags for Twist. The pistol's not doing much of anything. Naf gonna spam through the smoke, hoping to connect on something, but yeah, Liquid in control once more.
Here they go through the monster tunnel. First kill found. Need a lot more than this, but it's something. It's a start. Problem is the numbers are now here. And even though they're getting some damage in this round, it's not going to mean much. The money is stupid good for Liquid at this point in time. And they've now got the double up on the Wildcard scoreline.
I think they've had 3 or more players at 10K plus on every single map they've played so far in this close qualifier at one point or another, which, I mean, is kind of insane.
It's a nice reflection.
Yeah, I mean, but also given the fact that we have less rounds to play now in CS2 with only MR12, it's nuts to me.
It is. I mean, this is 6 rounds in a row for Liquid at this point, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Boost up. Boost up. Oh, they might get caught on the timing. Utility actually out late. They catch them on it. The faster pace of play for once catches them off guard. How is Twist alive? How is Twist alive? Skulls keeps his teammate up, but it is going to come down to the 2v2. But look at the positioning for Yekindar. He's already here. And Slight, if he tries to face this smoke, they've just missed each other. They've ships in the night at each other. Slight's back on the other side of this. When does Yekindar realize? He's putting it together. He's peeking back around on the fade. He's going to catch the kill. He's got the shot, and he leaves it just to 1 man. Infinite with 25 points of health. Still doesn't know where Cadian is. So they'll split the sites. He's got a minute to work with. He's got time. If he could get the surprise shot on Cadian, there's a chance here. But Cadian is aware that that's the one risk in this round, so he's playing deep in towards bank. He's not going to be caught unawares. And there's no utility for Infinite. A bomb plant might be conceded, though Cadian's Molotov could end that. But Cadian's playing for the round win. Infinite creeping up. How far does he clear before committing to the C4? Not very. So, the money should at the very least be secured. But Cadian's posted up now. And wandering through his crosshair means only one thing. Death.
Much death. That's Wildcard are now down 7-3. I mean, yeah, you got the bomb plant, but there's only 2 rounds left in the half. And I mean, you need to win a round now. Liquid, 7 in a row. They've got a couple of AKs as well to bolster their defensive end. The AWP for Cadian, which he's been carrying forward for a few rounds now. And the M4 and the AUG for Naf, interestingly enough. And Naf, although you only see him at 5 frags here, he has actually been so very important to this Liquid roster, as he was before, you know, the previous rosters as well. But he's the one dealing out the most damage. 84.1 ADR coming into this close qualifier. The closest behind him was Twist at 76. So, I mean, and also he was the top frag at 222 frags in the last month. Hadian's going to get the opener over on Slight.
Oh, all right.
5v4. Sonic gets one back, though. Wow, nice shot.
Look at their response. Look at their response from Yekindar, though. Okay, you've caught my teammate off. Oh, I walk right behind you through the smoke. Bomb dropped. Second player found. What a time for the aggression. What a time. Oh, that's a thing of beauty.
I mean, that's a little bit of an oversight by Skulls. He just completely missed Infinite and peeked around that corner, but it doesn't matter because of what Yekindar just did. I can't believe he makes that play and just walks right through. No one expects it.
It's such a pleasure to watch Yekindar being Yekindar.
Yes.
Freed back up of the in-game leading duties, right? That's something that he's freely talked about is, you know, he was overconfident perhaps in his own abilities. Taking him towards bathrooms. Hold on, I gotta talk about this round. There's still something going on here. There's still some juice to this. But there's the juice gone, squeezed out. But Yekindar, with the IGLing taken off of his shoulders, with, you know, not thinking that through, full trust in Cadian, it seems.
Oh yeah,
you're seeing the individual focus, right? You're seeing him, that brain power, the smart player that we know that he is. Instead of worrying about what his teammates are doing, he's focusing on making the play. And you're seeing these moments where he slips a gap, where he pushes through smoke, which really made us fall in love with Yekindar's play back in the Virtus Pro days.
Yeah. And I mean, the numbers are showing it as well. He leads the team in opening frags because he's able to go for those aggressive plays that he's so very good at, not only on T side, of course, but you're seeing here on CT side, jumping through smokes. And even if they're not opening frags, he just gets these key clutch moments all the time. Infinite's completely blinded. He manages to get away, I mean, by, I think, sheer luck, and then gets the headshot over on NAF. 5v4 in favor of Wildcard, so they have that man advantage, but, I mean, will it last? Twists looking for the boost up, and they want to wait for the right timing here.
Pop up on the door. Sonic was watching for it. That's why they were cautious. It's such a risk. So maybe Wildcard. I mean, this is the last round of the half, right? But if they can bookend the half with at least something. Something. It's been 8 rounds in a row for Liquid. Wildcard, at this point, it's about stemming the bleeding. There's no way they expect the second boost. There's just no way. There's no way you anticipate it. It's like, we just killed somebody there. What do you mean they're boosting up again? Well, now they know there's only one A-site defender, so do they rotate off? No, they're still going to try and play the numbers in towards B. They've got the advantage. They're anticipating maybe a rotation would have come back the other way. And there's no more Molotovs as well. That's big. Liquid, there's still some flashes to work with here, and the flashes are good. Barrels player, Yekindar pops up. He's got 2! Nearly the third. Nearly the third found. But leaves it to Katie in the clutch. Skulls couldn't get anything done. Oh! No, the smoke fades in the wrong moment. Falls to the 1v1. Falls to the clutch master extraordinaire. Falls to the captain. And he's out. Infinite. Almost caught him on the timing. But it's all going to be about this shot. Here comes the swing, and the shot hits! The shot lands! It flicked away! How does he get that done? How on earth does Cadian bring through this round? You know he was just popping out of his chair after that one. But there'll be plenty of time for the defuse. And it's 9 rounds in a row for Liquid. They surrender the pistol round. They surrender the subsequent. But once the guns come out, this map ends. And we're back in, though it seems like we do have a little bit of time before we actually get this going. A pistol round's going to be needed for Wildcard here, as outside of the pistol and the follow-up rounds, they got nada. John, they got nothing in the whole first half.
Does it even matter if they win pistol round at this point? Because like in both series, Liquid's losing pistol rounds, then winning like 7 in a row. Here, 9 in a row. It's ridiculous.
It is. It is. I mean, that final round just feels like the exclamation point on an already stellar half. The Katie and the final flick, that just doesn't even feel like it should land. I can't believe he gets away with that. Thought Infinite outplayed him on the positioning, and yet somehow still just doesn't feel like this team can lose, man. That's crazy. They are dialed in. And the Wonder Kid, JBA, not having a good time at this one.
Yep. Not as good as he was in that previous engagement with Liquid. Of course, that was on Inferno, and Liquid wisely, I would say, avoiding that map, because coming into this close qualifier, I'm looking at Inferno, I'm like, I think that's the map where they are the most vulnerable, and they realized it as well, it seems, because they're avoiding it.
Comes to play. It's all out towards long. It is the right read. We get the double push out from Wildcard. They're starting to get information. When do they float players up? Right now, it's just JBA jump spotting. He's about to see. Ooh, hasn't yet. All right, Stan's starting to float up. Now he knows. Now he knows it's an engagement at range. Stanislaw and Infinite are racing up to support him, but that's going to be the swing in off the flashbang, taking the initiative here. But his body can't stay up forever. And his teammates have been lost. And one by one, they are falling. Sonic in a clutch now against the world. And Skulls, well, he just has to entertain him. Just has to stall for time. His teammates are on the way. This bomb's going down. Nice shot for Sonic. Gonna need a few more of those. This ain't done just yet.
Yeah,
6 bullets in the magazine. He's got the next. Gonna need the reload, but here, this is starting to make me believe here, John.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, there's no reason to face it all. I mean, you have a 4v1. You could literally just tuck around the corner and wait for Sonic to try something, or just win the round without having to engage.
Uh-oh. There's no way he checks long. I mean, at this point, he's lost the round regardless.
Yeah.
What? A little bit awkward on that engagement. Out of bullets for both of them. The full reload. Just not going to talk about that one, but Twists will eventually bring it through. Still the pistol round on for Liquid. Now, I mean, what little spark of hope there was for Wildcard may have just been snuffed out. Reminder, this is Wildcard's map pick, and we're not even sure they're going to get a chance to really show us their CT side.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see much of it, to be honest with you. Wildcard is going to force up as you would expect, given this kind of scoreline. It's going to be two MP9s, a scout, a couple of pistols. On the Liquid side, they've already got 2 AKs ready to go, 3 Mac 10s to try and farm some money if they even need it. Yakandar and Twists look to be the tips of the spear. They're going to get mid for free. Not really being challenged at all by Wildcard, who are stacking up 4 players towards the B site, in particular 3 over in water. This should be interesting, and they charge out. Sonic actually catches Naf a little off guard. Naf recovers, manages to get the frag, and then he completely retreats. He's got the read now, knows that a couple of players are really putting pressure on, and that means that Liquid either could rotate around and go to the A site, or they could hang around a little bit longer here and hope that Wildcard get even more aggressive and then just catch them in a crossfire, and that looks to be the case. Oh, what is he? Oh, yeah.
HG's got it. HG's got it. That's a little bit of goofiness. I think there may have been some team damage in there as well. I'm not quite sure where all the damage on JBA came from, but, well, eventually you will find it. All the pressure in the world on Slight shoulders. He's just got to scout for this. First shot hits, but now he's got to give ground, and he knows it. Suppose we'll go back to secure the flank. This could get frisky. Slight gone. Skull's gone. 2v3, not impossible. A round a Wildcard could desperately use if they're going to make a game of this, but it all falls to Infinite at this point. 3 targets to find, no kit. No time to spare. No Katie to worry about. Half of his health is gone. He knows he needs to bait this rotation. He needs to bait out Twists, and without Twist giving him a free fight, at this point, Infinite wants to back away. He's going to make it expensive. He's going to make it damn expensive, but he's going to give them an AK to play around in the next, but the round, that he can't deliver.
Something good here. Don't know if that's going to be enough. By the way, it's the second time that Yekendar's been in the middle of a firefight and just tosses Nate out, dies, and then gets the frag from the grave. Not in the series, of course, but on the day. So, interesting stuff. And he's 15-5, so I'm not going to question his tactics at all. 11th found for Liquid, and again, that's 11 in a row. Looking for 12 in a row. Round number 15. Wildcard only have an AK. Everything else is USPs because force up here, you don't have much. Save up and at least you have a chance, but you're going to have to push to overtime. Okay, hold on. Infinite gets the opener onto Yakindar. So that's 5v4. One rifle is enough if you place it properly.
Unfortunately, it's rotated up. So it's not going to be here. It's just going to be the USPs. They got to get something. They got to get something, and the rifle's just going to save. First kill found. Smoke into heaven, so the AK can't come to bear. They need to dig out Sonic, but they've done so. Lost Stan on the flank as well, and at this point, nothing doing. Bomb down. Infinite needs to try and keep this gun alive for the future. They're going to have a buy in the next regardless, but a round win here, out of the question. It'll be 9 attempts for Liquid. Reminder as well, this is 12 rounds in a row for Liquid.
Yep.
This is 12 rounds in a row. 3 apparently was all they get.
Aye. And like, just to break this one down a little bit, I understand Infinite's thinking. He gets the opener on the boost, figures, okay, maybe that's enough to force Liquid around to the other site. Perhaps they realize that I have the only rifle and the rest of my team's on an eco, so let's go to the AC. And, well, no, Liquid continues to push into B, clears out everyone else, and at least for Infinite, he saves the AK, but it's only a parting gift because it's 12-3 in favor of Liquid, and Wildcard need 9 in a row just to push it to overtime.
At least they get a really good gun round to show us. They get the op, right, from Infinite saving. He popped the AWP over. They have full util. They have kits. They have everything you could possibly want. So they get to show us at least one round how they want to play this defense. The question is, can they make it more? Twist taking this space fast. Smoke in to claim the short ground, but look at this. Wasn't expecting the player up top. The trade is there, but Naf has to eat his teammate's nade in order to get it. Still, they keep it into the 4-on-4, so that's important for Liquid. It's well worth the damage exchange. And they're working their way out, Monster. Yekindar not cowed in the slightest. He's making his way out. His teammates aren't with him, but he's gained a foothold. He's gained a berth here. JVA has to smoke this out. There's a boost. Oh, Yekindar just a moment too slow to punish it. Oh, look at that. Skulls will finish what Yekindar started, and now Skulls has taken all 3. It's over. Skulls has kicked the door off of this site, and the bomb is down. Says, oh, you want to see how you entry? I'll show you. Makes it happen for the team. And this, I mean, John, this is too much to ask of any player. Doing this with an op as well for Slight, this is hopeless. This is dire. He has to go through the smoke. He's got a kit at least. That's the only thing.
Molly too.
It's up on the bow. Don't think that's what he intended. And, well, he won't get past the first hurdle. A 4K for Skulls to close. A nice little extra accent on it. But that overpass was a blowout. 13 rounds in a row. Liquid are done playing around. Liquid are done finding their footing. They want this spot at IEM Chengdu. They ain't messing around, John.
Yeah, and like the coordination continues to be on display here. I mean, Yekindar going in from Monster towards the B site. He waits for a moment. The Molotov gets thrown into Toxic, and then Yekindar realizing as soon as he hears that smoke hit the ground, he knows it's being used to defuse the Molotov, which opens up that opportunity to forget about Toxic completely because the player's still in the smoke, and then he can focus in on sandbags or walkway. It's just such a nice play, and Skulls, of course, comes into support at the perfect time. I can't say anything but good things right now about Liquid. It's just so good, and Wildcard, who have been very good, looked very much outmatched in this map.
Yeah, I mean, if you had bad things to say with Liquid about that after that performance, I would have concerns. That was utter domination. I think
lost
the
the
most
pistol
encouraging thing for Liquid, I mean, obviously the individual skills on point, but it is that utility usage. The first half in particular, saving the nades, playing the timing against Wildcard, some of the calls, some of the decision making, very impressive to see. And it's clear that Wildcard was just completely overmatched. Now, we do have more maps to play. Unfortunately for Wildcard, they are now Liquid's most played maps. We have Ancient and Anubis up next, and Liquid has yet to drop either map. So it doesn't bode well for Wildcard, but we'll see if anyone can slow down this Liquid team when we come back from the break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're about ready to hop into map number 2 here. Between Liquid and Wildcard. It's going to be Ancient, and map number 1 was, well, brutal. Wildcard won the 3 rounds, including the pistol, to start the game, and then they did not win another. It was Liquid in a 13-0 march back to take the dub. That is astounding, frankly. This Liquid team is looking like a world beater early.
Yeah, definitely. I kind of want to see the Liquid M80 rematch. That's the one that seems the most interesting to me, considering that M80 is the only team that's bested them so far with that ridiculous one in Overpass. But we saw their Overpass looks completely different now, up against the Wildcard, who are also a decent Overpass team, and they made them look silly. So, yeah, Liquid looking strong. I mean, at this rate, it feels like they're destined to make those grand finals. I don't want to make statements too early, though, because Wildcard did get blown out on map number 1 against M80, and then they came back to reverse sweep and not lose double digits in either of the next 2 maps. So anything's possible. It just feels like Liquid is on another level right now that Wildcard hasn't even come close to reaching.
Yeah, we're going to need a wild card very early on to prove to us that they can hang against a team like Liquid, right? Because that's the question that we need to answer now. It's not, okay, is this going to be a 3-map series? I mean, that is the ultimate question. But first, it's like, okay, can you avoid just getting absolutely annihilated again? There's stages to this. And I think Wildcard need to answer that question for themselves as well, right? That's the kind of map where early on, right, when it was 5-3 or something along those lines, we had just seen Wildcard throw a lot of different looks at Liquid, different tempo changes. They tried to go slow. They tried to go fast. They tried to go for quick hitters. They tried to go for this. They tried to go for that. They tried to rotate. They tried to up, and they just kept getting shut down. And that can be immensely frustrating, and you can spiral as a team. So the question is, with this time, with this break, can I take a deep breath? You know, do a little goose fraba, a little breathing exercise, regain, get locked back in, and take it here on Ancient. But as we saw from Ancient earlier, Liquid's damn good at this map, John.
Yeah, they really are. And it's going to be another very tough test here for the Wildcard squad. Wildcard did come out with the win against M80 on Ancient, 13-8, the last time they played here. But again, Liquid has looked so strong on this map that I don't even know if that result matters too much. It's I'm a little speechless, to be honest, because, you know, from what we saw in RMR, I felt like Liquid would be challenged a little more by the likes of Wildcard in particular. And that first map left no questions in anyone's mind who deserved to win it. It was quite clear.
No, yeah, certainly not. Wildcard opting to start T side here is interesting. See what they do with it. Seems like they're going all the way in towards A main early. But they seem to feel confident in this attacking half. It's a good read early. It's just Cadian in towards Donut. Naf will be able to rotate back in, but the duelie's not great for range. Skulls is actually the player on, as our numbers on the minimap are not quite correct. But okay, that makes a whole lot more sense. I was wondering what's going on. Skulls is their usual A anchor. Bomb has been denied. Whoever it is who's holding the gun, they're getting the kills. So it's going to fall to Slight here. Who will be charged
Oh no,
upon.
are they knifing?
Oh, Twist going for the knife. That might be a little premature, and you might be getting punished for this one. A little bit of hubris could catch you off guard. Snaf and Cadian. Cadian wrapping from A main. Naf sneaking around in towards Donut, but are they expecting? Oh, he's just spotted the bomb. Naf's going back. And that's the hardest shot to hit. Uh-oh. Here's the interesting thing. They're gonna go towards B.
No.
Naf's now perfectly positioned for this. He's gonna get the first. That drops the bomb, and now it's all on to Slight to try and regain. He was trying to be the punish if the rotation came in on the chase, but the 2 steps ahead on the Liquid camp. So Naf will get the engagement. Naf will get the dualies and the body shots. Well, a headshot as well will be enough to take this one through.
A little over ambitious from Twists to go for a knife in that situation. and it almost cost Liquid. Luckily for Liquid, you had Cadian come in on the flank. He was dealing out the damage, and he essentially funneled Wildcard into Naf's crosshair because he realized, okay, Naf is waiting there in Red Room. If they walk in and try to go to the B site, that will be some clean shots for him who they won't expect at all. It absolutely happens. They make it a 2v1, and I mean, Cadian even pushed them into that by spamming with his USP, trying to get the frag, but more importantly, pushing them away from that A site and towards B. Well done again. And we're going to have a timeout being called here because I think we had a disconnect on the Liquid side. Yes, Skulls is no longer with us. I mean,
That's
is,
no
but
great.
He's just not
He'll be back with us shortly, hopefully. Presumably that's just a game crash. They're all in the same facility for Liquid. They're all out in the LA facility, so should be back in momentarily. Either PC or game crash. Not going to be a connection issue, so problem should be resolved quickly. But yeah, that was nearly Liquid maybe getting a little overzealous in the pistol round. Twists going for a knife.
We saw it on Ancient against Boss too, right? When Naf's pushing up, jumping on the box, getting a frag, reloading at a weird time, and gets fragged. So that was in the anti-eco. That obviously wasn't in the pistol round, but still, there have been a few times where Liquid feels like they're trying to bully their opponent, and it's not the best timing, but they still managed to get the win. Looks like Skulls has returned here, so we should be underway once more.
In just a moment. Here we go. Timer back on. No bomb plant means no investment into this round for a wild card. Let's see what they can do with the Glocks. Glocks. That's all they got. We need a modern FPL soundboard.
We do.
I don't know what it would be now. I guess
know.
just like mythic quotes.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the first thing that came to my mind. Yeah.
That's who streams. Slight gets a deke shot. Here we go. All right, this was the 1 point of investment. Slight buying up the deagle. He'll burn. Well, now Yekindar knows where that player is. Flash, bang, lethal, but the window peak more so. Yekindar lines them all up, knocks them all down, and any danger that was in this round is gone. It's just Sonic with a Glock. It's a nice shot, but he's not long for this world. All 5 of those kills come with SMGs as well, so money made, bills stacked for Liquid.
Yeah, $3,000 gained overall, spread across the team. And yeah, it's 2-0 for Liquid. I mean, honestly, Wildcard got the opening frag with that nice deagle shot coming through from Slight, and then the flashbang was great. It just, I mean, Yekindar still gets one despite being flashed, and they get shut down anyway. And of course, just pistols, but I guess what I'm trying to say is good effort from Wildcard given what they had in their hands. Let's see if they can do a lot better with the rifles. And again, an opening frag found. It's infinite this time with the AK headshot onto Skulls. 5v4. It is a bonus round for Liquid to an extent. Stan pushes up. Yekindar gets that one. I thought Stan had the edge, but Yekindar manages to find him. Great trade from JBA. But Twist on the other side at the A site, dropping Sonic and Infinite. There's the man advantage regained by Liquid.
And now the boundary push. Now they have to be really careful about the timing here. Right, just snap on the site. If there was ever a moment to strike, it's now, but they don't know that. They don't know where the op is. Or where the NAF is. In the meantime, Twist creeps ever closer. And actually, Twist is rerouted. Wary that this could have been coming quickly. He's going to check elbow. But they're stalling out our wild card. Every second that they stall, he creeps closer. Cadian could get over aggressive on this peak. Now he's opened the path.
There we go.
They've actually sucked them in towards the B defense, and instead they're going A. That's a big play. Cadian maybe overzealous on this one. Wildcard read it. But he's only got an MP9, John. The range fight he can't do. Twist will work his way up A main. They can maybe wombo combo this, but Wildcard's taking their time with it. They're trying to bait out the response. They're trying to bait out the peak. Here it comes. Oh!
No way he denies the plant too.
They weren't patient enough, it seems. And then Twist is there just in the nick of time. Something tells me that this duo reunited of NAF and Twists is going to give us some all-timers.
I really have a feeling as well, because they were just perfectly coordinated. I love the way both in this map and of course the previous one, we haven't seen much of this one, but still Liquid really likes to take their time on those retakes towards the A site, and they always seem to find that one player pushing up into A main and getting the flank. And this time, you know, it's not as important because you had the NAF coming around the corner with the MP9 denying the bomb plant completely, and of course the flank comes in eventually and it ends up getting the last frag, but NAF set it up perfectly. Skull's going to be under a lot of pressure here. These pistols bearing down, and he only gets one before being dropped. Twist trying to spam through and deny the plant. He won't be able to. So bomb is down, and Sonic finds Twist as well. Yekindar whips the spray, manages to connect on the second, and then he finds another frag. It's over. I mean, Naf and Yekindar just took care of business, even though it got scary.
Considering the investment, though, this is a successful round for Wildcard. Now we just need to see them capitalize on the next. Right? 2 kills, bomb plant with pistols. That's great. That was what you wanted out of that quick hitter. Now you've got a ton of money going into the next round. What can you do with it? Can you capitalize? Because this has now been, between the last 2 maps, 17 unanswered rounds for Team Liquid.
Oh my goodness. What do you do if you're Wildcard? I mean, I felt like that round, again, I feel like they're inching closer and closer to really challenging Liquid here on this map and getting around on the board and going on a bit of a run, but Liquid continues to have those stops, and in that case, Wildcard got a couple of frags with a pistol. It was a 4v3 in their advantage at one point on that post plant, but I mean, just Yekindar too good, even though he misses his first little volley of bullets. The other 2 attempts are successful, and now KDM playing aggressively in towards A main, gets the opener, backs off, throws the smoke, and Wildcard are left scratching their heads once more. Oh, look at Sonic 2 down to 5 HP.
Info for Twists on the jump.
More info. Donut pressure is going to come in soon.
Got to be wary of it. Stanislav's gained some ground. This would be a huge fight if he could win it. Twist backing away. Stays alive somehow, some way. The pressure on. The volley forces him out, and Stan capitalizes. That's a massive find. Smoke faded, JBA. Next up. Because Stan's been lost. He's about timing here.
What?
Katie's not going to get the next, but this time Skulls is on the angle. They never expected another player to be here. And now the lurk has been caught. It leaves it all just to 1 for Slight. The bomb is down as well, so Slight is limited in what he can do to play around this. He's gone for the CT wrap. They're not necessarily looking for him. As I say that, Naf comes back to check. And Naf is just too quick on that trigger. Naf hasn't died yet. Fun fact. He's 6-0. Probably just jinxed that, John, but he is 6-0.
Yeah, he's doing work here. That's just a tough start to that round again for Wildcard. I mean, look, they had so much pressure on them. Twist gets a ton of information jumping around towards mid, and Wildcard tries to adjust, but it's just, there's nothing they can do to get past this Liquid defense so far, and they have to call a timeout, which they are going to do here, to talk things over and say, hey guys, look, we've got the rifles again. We got 4 AKs, a Galil. How do we change things up? How do we get past these guys on their CT side? And I mean, Liquid's been playing majority CT side at this point because Wildcard deciding to start on T here.
Yeah. That is true.
Which I still don't fully understand, I would say, but
maybe they wanted to set the pace, control the tempo early. Maybe they're more confident in their T side on Ancient. Who knows? There could be a lot of logics for it. It's a little unusual for sure, but there's a certain understanding. They got the right read in this one, which is that no one is in A. No one is in A. They've got all the ground. Full 5-man retake. Player out at elbow as well. This could be huge. Wildcard. Are they finally going to get on the board? 10 alive in a post plant. What is Katie in holding here? It's only for a B main lurk, but the elbow player is going to catch him, presumably. Okay, yeah, he will get shot in the back, so that's a little bit of an odd one. Now they got to be wary of the flank. JBA finds the next as well. Kill from Skulls. It's worth it even if they can just keep these guns contained, right? There's plenty of money on the CT side, though less than maybe you would have thought. Actually, never mind. Saving these guns is important. A lot less than you would have thought. Trades are there. Trades abound. That does seem like 2 will live.
Maybe.
Peek back in. That's ambitious. The money is pretty valuable over on the wildcard side. That may have been too much.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not almost. It is more important for Wildcard to save those guns than for Liquid, because look at the money now. It's not great. Timeout called here, and I think you haven't answered your question. I was saying maybe Cadian timed out because that was so weird and made no sense, and he did.
Yeah.
Some issues, I would say, technically here for Liquid. Skulls before that, and Cadian now. So,
Just got too hyped. Kick the cable out of the PC.
Yeah, who knows?
Classic.
But I would say if Cadian's involved in that retake, there's definitely a better chance for Liquid to come through and find that round. Instead, they opt to go for the exit frags because they were already a man down, even though it was a 5v5 post plant. All right, so I mean, Wildcard are obviously going to take it, and they, to their credit, they had the right read. They went right to the A site, and this is something that Liquid has done a few times now on their Ancient, is leaving A completely open, kind of going for a heavy B stack, and Wildcard just had the right read and full sent it. Look at this, now they just walk out into mid, twist their first victim, although he does deal out a ton of damage despite not getting a frag. Yekindar is going to look to add to his frag total, but he can't really find a clean shot, so he just stays tucked into the corner. JBA pushing into Yekindar's crosshair. That's not the player you want to fight up against in that situation. So there we go. Evened out at a 4v4. Yekindar, of course, wants to reaggress. Does he push through the smoke? No. He's going to go in towards the B double doors, and there's one player waiting for him. It's Stanislaw. I don't think he saw him. Definitely not. He's going to walk to his death. Stan
Patience.
Waiting.
He's waiting to see if he gets a second. He's waiting to see if he gets a second. All right, kill will be finished. Cadian's got a chance, though. Cadian can shut this down. They're trying to go ahead of each other. Stanislaw wanted the space, wanted to see if he could get it. Sonic slips the gap, though. Cadian doesn't know. Cadian doesn't know he's out. And that will cost him. Now some decisions to be made for Liquid. This bomb's going to go down, and the money is putrid for Liquid, so they're going to back away. They're going to concede and save in this round. Wildcard with back-to-backs. We might have a game on our hand here, John.
Yeah, a little overzealous from Yekindar going in for that push, and obviously not expecting a player to be in that corner. Stanislaw getting the jump on him. Great trigger discipline from Stan as well, trying to see if someone else might follow up. I think Cadian caught them off guard, though, because usually when you have a player pushing down the ramp like that, it's the only player left on that site. So you usually walk out and are able to take the site relatively for free. But Cadian is right there on the back lines. He gets one, but doesn't realize that Sonic slipped through that smoke. So some good opportune pushes here from Wildcard, not playing the waiting game and instead just getting into the faces of Liquid for some quick engagements. And this time it finally plays out in their favor, and they do have a second in a row. All right, Wildcard going for some mid control. Smoke's going to get tossed here. I think the red room smoke is going to come through in just a bit, but we'll see when JBA decides to toss it out. Twist in the meantime, he's got a nade. He wants the right timing here. There's the smoke finally tossed by JBA.
Are you ready for the XM clip, John?
I am absolutely ready for XM clip.
Feels like an XM round. Yekindar, not going to get an XM clip. Not going to happen here. All right, not happening. But the trade is available, so B main control is lost. Now's pushing. Now's pushing the periphery, pushing the flanks. Goals only gets one. This is looking okay for Wildcard. The pinch will eventually come through, but actually Naf's going back around the world. This bomb's going to be planted. It's only twists here, and he can't brave the Molotov. They may get a chance to plant this down. They know that he got to kill B doors. So where are they going to be expecting him to come from? Not in the clutch. One of the players you'd most want in this type of situation. So it's over the smoke, though. Oh, no, there's a gap. Sonic never expected another B on there. Slight is posted, offsetting the angle, though. But, not quite enough for the headshot. That was such a clever round from Naf, but he couldn't pull together the final kill. And it's going to be a third for Wildcard. That one by the tips of their fingers, but it's all they need. They're building back into this game.
That's a big one for them to find. Liquid are not going to take their feet off the gas pedal, though. They are continuing to buy up here. A force comes through, 4 MP9s and the A1S, and Wildcard have ratcheted up the pace into this round. They're sending 3 players out of mid immediately. Flashbangs are out, and Cadian blinded gets 2 with the MP9. Infinite strikes back for only 1, and now Cadian, he is like a thief with 2 frags and gets the heck out of here in towards Donut. Oh my goodness, a man advantage game.
Certainly is, Cadian. Oh, on the smoke fade, he's going forward.
Oh.
That's maybe the step too far. Trying to press the advantager further. Gonna double play here in Cave. They could get aggressive outside of Jaguar. At this point, Wildcard, they got some space in mid. Just trying to hold on to this. This goes with a really cheeky spot, main. Wildcard's gonna... Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Mike. This is tough for Wildcards. All 3 players are by themselves. You know, they're each... If one goes down, there's no trade possible. So they have to regroup here, and time is going to run out soon.
No, this is going to work out, though. They're pushing the player through Red Room. There's no resistance to it.
I guess,
So they can actually pinch in towards the B site. The question is, can the bomb make its way over? Yekindar can ruin all their plans. He's got the first. He's got the first, and now Slight will need to wait for his teammate to come through, and that'll occupy all the time, or unless he just gets dropped right here and now that flank doesn't matter. Yekindar take the initiative at the right moment. At least Infinite in an impossible spot, and he knows it. 18 seconds, he just doesn't have the time for this. He's just looking for the kill. He can't win this round anymore. He can't win this round. And they're realizing, yeah, you know, actually better that we keep the guns. Hunting here, not going to be a difference maker. Taking the AKs through, absolutely will. So Liquid find their footing again. End the run of Wildcard rounds. And it comes off of a big Yekindar play.
Yeah. Wow. Just unbelievable stuff. And Cadian, of course, at the beginning of that round, just getting those 2 frags. While Flash, not once, but twice, the headshots come through, and like a thief into the night, he slips away. Ends up going down afterwards because he gets over ambitious, right? Trying to push through that smoke. But, oh man, Liquid winning a round, the force buy, they put all the marbles on the table and ended up taking that round. So doubling up on the scoreline of Wildcard, ending their 3-round win streak. And I believe we do have a technical timeout being called right now. I'm not sure what the nature of it is, but either way, Liquid just looking so very strong. And they got a couple of free upgrades in the AKs. And I think the op as well.
Just a minor issue here. Hopefully should be resolved quickly. But we've got a moment to talk about this.
Yeah.
How many rounds do Wildcard need to get to for you to feel comfortable as they head into the second half?
5.
5 rounds?
Yep.
All right. All right. 2 of the next 3, he says. See if they can get it. 3 rounds was, in fact, all they got on Overpass. But they've already done better. Even though it's still just 3. They're not 3 that were predicated on the pistol.
Exactly.
So it's already better. This round, gonna be tough. They just have the pistols. Was that it? Huh?
What?
Was that a negative? Am I crazy?
No, it wasn't a given. You're crazy, Mike.
Okay. Okay. My view might be bugging. Losing my mind for a second there. Thought this team. What? Nice shot for Cadian. No, it was in fact an AK. That makes a lot more sense. Or no, an MP9?
I think it was an MP9, Mike.
An MP9. An MP9. Right. The AK was saved through. Yeah. MP9. Okay. All right. Order's been restored. I don't know what I was seeing, man. I don't know what I was seeing.
You've been casting too much Counter-Strike, Mike.
Apparently. I'm just seeing through different rounds.
Yeah.
Now on the line with the op. Bogdan's Law, thus he has it in his hands. Cadian going to the rifle. But they're both close at hand. And the flank will be swift as well. As soon as Naf spots them, you'd imagine this window player activates. And as it is, crossing the angle. Ooh, baited through. But Cadian not going to have the same issues. Retrieve his own up. Tries to shoot the AK through to a teammate. That can't happen, but it is Liquid on to 7. So, you said they need 5. They can't drop another round. Let's see if Wildcard can put these two together.
Well, I mean, that one was the one you would expect them not to be able to pull off, given the buy-up was more limited and they were saving for exactly this. So, yeah, I'd say they absolutely need to get to 5, and these 2 rounds are what they're going to have to find. And it's not going to be easy because now Cadian's got the op back in his hands. He's got the 3A1Ss, the AK, the skulls. They're going for a quick play. Oh my goodness, JBA just eats that nade and still gets the frag. It's the Molotov taking down Yekindar. Okay, space gained into Jaguar in a very unorthodox way. Twists, hoping to get a response here, pushes almost out of range and decides to stay in it for a little bit longer. As JBA wants to convince Team Liquid that they're going to be, but Liquid is not buying what Wildcard are selling as they are sticking around mid.
It's all about this mid-fight. It's all about this mid-fight. Cadian posted up with the op. Not going to miss. So the numbers are even, and they haven't tipped their hand just yet. Ooh, the bomb crossing. This is very nervy now. The smoke's going to fade. Infinite's got the bomb. If you get caught on the peak, he's just been spotted, and he's down. And now the C4 is down in mid. So all of his presence outside of beat main doesn't matter one shot. Not one iota. Not the utility to easily hold it, but Molotov's going to force JBA up. He burns in it. Smoke to follow it. This is disastrous for Wildcard. Stanislaw has to make a play through the smoke. He just has to. There's no other option. He's lost all of his teammates, and he's caught as well. 8 rounds found for Liquid as they have resumed putting a hurting on this Wildcard squad.
Ay. All right. Well, Wildcard definitely not going to get to 5 now. Impossible. Hopefully they can get to 4 and end this round, end this half in a good fashion. The problem is the buy-up sucks. They're going to have Tech 9s, Mac 10s at most. Okay, Slight managed to get a Galil. I take that back. But still, sacrifices a little bit of utility to get that Galil up. And Wildcard, are they going to go fast again? Molotov goes out. Cadian is their first victim. Sonic with the deagle. Infinite dinks Twist, but Twist does manage to get the frag at the very least. Naf going aggressive. I think he should be able to catch Slight off. He's looking in the right place. He's not. Slight gets him. Sonic finds Twist. 4v2.
All right. Signs of life here for Wildcard. Still got a pulse. Unless. No. Certainly not. Certainly not, Wildcard. Skull's trying to beat this timing in towards mid. Might catch it. He's past it. Sonic's on the angle. Oh my goodness. Sonic's on the angle. Skulls could do this. He's brought down to the 1v1. JBA facing. JBA dodging. Dipping. Diving. Molotov to force him out. Skulls, though, won't have the final shot. Nearly put together a master class clutch. But at the final moment, he stumbles still. JBA, 9 HP, breathing a sigh of relief after that one. 4 rounds, and we head to the half.
I want you to show, hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show love.
And we're live for what could be the final half of play here. Liquid just need 5 rounds on this D side. 5 rounds, and they've booked a spot in the grand final of this qualifier. One step closer to Chengdu. Fast play out here, flashes galore, and at least for the moment, they've been stymied, but they've got everybody here for the brawl, and Wildcard is coming out on top. Now they're trying to go for a pinch back into Donut. Skulls could still rip this round wide open. He's got the first. He's looking for more. Looking for the swing on in, and somehow this has come down to the clutch. It's just a straight-up duel at this point. JBA, again, put in a position to clutch. At the end of the half, he held strong against Skulls. This time, it's the captain himself on the other end. How does JBA want to approach us? Adjusting his angle. Ooh, nearly having him off the body shots. Cadian's got time to play with, but JBA read him, called his bluff. And now Cadian will go through for the flank.
Eventually, JBA is going to realize what's going on. You have to imagine.
You would think. What does he double down on the bluff call? Now he's going back to check. It's all about this timing, and no, JBA didn't move an inch. Cadian anticipating the rotation. JBA gets one over on the old Fox. And finds Wildcard at 5th.
A little bit of polite BM at the end from JBA.
Just let him know. Let him know.
I got you. I have respect
Getting that
for
swagger
you, but
back.
I got you.
Getting that swagger going.
Yeah. Nice job for Wildcard getting that pistol round. So 8-5, only 3 rounds separating the two teams. They deny the bomb plant as well. I honestly thought Liquid was going to pull that one back with Skulls' positioning and the way it was trending, but just the trades come through for Wildcard, and JBA with the higher HP at the very last possible moment realizes the flank is going to come in. And Cadian looking the wrong way. Good timing. Oh my, that nade did not go where it needed to. A little bit of team damage coming in there for Liquid, then damage on the other side from the nade from Wildcard. They are going to get this mid-control, and Skulls finds the opener. Sonic with the immediate trade, the only rifle into the round, but he's going to have to get out of here, and he can't. That's an M4 given to Liquid.
In trouble now. Timing's good for Slight, though. He'll catch Ekandar on this flank. The dink, though. Ooh, the dink is painful. Lucky to be alive. You're absolutely right. Here comes the fray. The SMG's flying back in, and they will regain. So Liquid denied the force buy they so clearly craved, and no bomb plant either. It means that there's not a lot of money to work with here in this subsequent round. They're going in. Skulls just dropped a hero rifle. They're going in.
Okay.
Liquid wants another go at this. Liquid wants another go at this.
I kind of like it, right? Skull sacrifices his armor and only gets a deagle, but that means that they have 2 players with
Half just the
AKs
same.
and armor. I kind of like, yeah, it's a very unique call.
Let's see what they do. Empty A site. It's going to be Sonic at range with an MP9. That's a tough one to fight. Seems like they've read some sort of weakness that they want to try and exploit, even with the limitations of this buy. But look at the call. Aggressive B main presence, pushing towards mid, not seeing anything. They're reading this. Wildcard knows exactly what's coming their way, and they've got everybody here. Here comes the execution. Here comes the hold. And it is good for Wildcard. You got read like a book. I don't know how on earth Cadian comes away with 2 Ds off that. But the end result is the same. Wildcard stump Liquid once again.
All right, we got a game on our hands all of a sudden. 8-7. Liquid were in full control, but that last round of the first half, an eco round, let's not forget, or well, force buy, whatever they could get, on the wildcard side, ends up panning out in their favor, despite an almost heroic clutch from Skulls. So, now wildcard have not lost a round since, and Liquid are on to Pistols here, finally opting for an eco of their own. Slight firing away, dealing out a little bit of damage to Twists. And now, Team Liquid falling back, resetting, reevaluating their options.
Do stuff for Skulls off this Deeg. Yeki lost. Deeg hasn't found a kill just yet. Oh, there it is. Keota coming through from Skulls. Absolutely filthy shot off of that deagle. They're putting some pressure onto this B site. They're starting a little bit of a squeeze. They're trying to draw players in. This is going to be a window rotate. This is going to be a window rotate. Look at how much of the defense they've sucked in. Oh no, they're going cave. They're committing to it. This is interesting. Was a window rotate. They had a really good chance at this. Instead, now JBA worked his way into the corner. He's got a teammate with him as well. Stand close at hand. We talked about that duo in the pregame. There's a lot that they can deliver. Footstep confirms. JBA executes. He will be traded, but it is just Twists at this point. Nothing much for him to work with. A peek back in. Stand not flinching. And we are all knotted up, John. 8-all.
Wow, I didn't think Wildcard were going to be able to recover after that first half, but I mean, that one round was all they needed, the shot in the arm to get them going here. Liquid will be back to their rifles. We haven't seen that much from them on their T side so far in this series, especially not full buys, but we will get another crack at it right here. 4 AKs and the AWP coming through. Let's see how they decide to approach this. 3 players appear to be leaning towards the B site. 1 is coming through to mid, or was going to, until that util just came sailing on forward. Typical aggression here from Wildcard to mid. They got a couple of players pushing up and pinching in. JBA peeks around after Infinite, finds one, and almost gets the second, but Naf slips through into a B site that is completely vacated. Cadian also finds one onto JBA. So much damage done to Liquid, but they've got the bomb plant and no one really in the vicinity just yet. That's a big one from Stanislaw.
Dodges the flashbang. There was a flash for that peak, but apparently ineffective. Huge opportunity. Can Liquid hold on to this with the man disadvantage? Oh, the lineup! Uh-oh. Slight's locked out. Slight's knocked down. Now they're all coming from B ramp, and well, Skulls is on the scene. It's a disaster. It's a shutdown. The flank was good, but the back end couldn't hold. Liquid will keep Wildcard off of that lead, at least for a moment. And Wildcard now have a real big choice to make. They don't have a ton of money to spare. They're going to have to empty the piggy bank for this one. They're going to have to bet a lot right here and now. And Liquid want to talk something over, so they're actually taking a timeout themselves.
That is the first timeout Liquid have taken so far tonight.
Something they didn't see, something they didn't like. They want to correct it.
It feels like every time Liquid needs 2 frags or something to get them back into the round, Yekendar's right there to say, okay, I got you. And he gets 2, makes it look easy again there. You know, he saw that second player before the smoke he had thrown himself, bloomed, and realized, well, I might as well try spamming to see if he's still there. And there it is. The second one comes through. Something they didn't like, though, you're right, Mike, as they wanted to call a timeout and talk things over. The lead has been restored in their favor, and Wildcard, they're gambling here. The money will not be good at all should they lose this round without a player standing. Kandar and Twist, I thought that for a second they were going to go for a quick push up ramp, but instead they heard something or realized something's going on here. JBA coming through the smoke. Yakandar gets him, but takes a ton of damage in the process.
Still an elbow. They're kissing.
Yeah.
They're kissing. Sonic knows. No? Oh, a footstep on, and Skulls actually gets the better of him.
No way.
Oh, that's a disaster. Window peak. Slight lucky not to get punished here from the mid push. Infinite's trying to clear that mid push out. Might catch the timing on this. No, Skulls is aware. Skulls is ready for it. This guy's just not missing much. Slight, a leg shot, but now they know where the op is, and he's alone. They know exactly where he's at, and they're going to hunt. They're all on the prowl. They're tightening the net. Might just give Slight a chance to make a game of this, or to make a round of this, rather. Got the right read on the first, but does he expect a second player on the flank? No, he's trying to bail out this way, and Skulls will not allow it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want both ops. Skulls. I think he autopiloted that one.
I think you're right.
He just threw it away.
Yeah.
His penance is a Mac 10 in this round.
Is Yakandar going to pick it up?
Oh, no, Mackies.
Okay.
They know it's pistols on the other side.
That was... Yeah, you're absolutely right. He was just on autopilot, picked it up and said, I got it, Katie. And Katie's like, I don't need it. I'm still alive. Please throw that on the ground. And, well, he has to buy up the Mac 10. He could have gotten an AK and, well...
Good reflexes.
Really matter.
Yeah, he chose to buy the Mac 10 knowing this is an anti-eco.
Yeah.
Willful decision. Full A main push. Why not with the USPs? Let's get weird. B-site's lost. Bomb's going to go down. At this point, Yakandar's looking the right direction, but he does get dinked and he does get dropped down. Only an SMG to be claimed. Not exactly what they were hoping for. But let's see. Liquid a little overzealous perhaps in this hunt. But that seems like they're going to be okay.
Yeah.
Best case
Skulls
scenario,
has to-
a Mac 10 gets saved through here.
Skulls has to re-earn the money he lost by picking up the op and dropping it. He does get one here. It's an additional 500 or 600 added to the bank account. So he's looking better now. JBA desperately trying to keep his fingers on whatever he can bring out of this round, which in this case is just the Mac 10. And spamming around, just in case. 11-8 for Liquid, though. They appear to have regained their form after an early setback at the beginning of this half. This is not the greatest buy-up for Wildcard either, but
No.
they have no choice.
And they're betting everything on it. They're keeping the Mac 10, which is interesting. I don't know what JBA is going to try and do with that. The SMG, maybe some aggression here and towards elbow. It might have been the idea, but there's enough utility exchange that push back for a moment. Big kill early on. JBA taken out of play. It's actually Infinite going on the aggression down mid. So the Mac 10's gone, and, well, with this mid push, they know everyone's off the site. Look at this. Look at all this space. Yes, Yakandar will get cleaned, but it just doesn't matter. They've got the site. They've got the damage. Infinite's low. Well, they have to get this round through. At this point in a 2v3, it'll be tough sledding. And it all falls to Stan. Does he want to try and save this gun for what will potentially be the last round? No, he wants to make the hero play. It's all wrapping up. He's found the first. That's what the second is. Got a good read on the donut play. But Skulls isn't giving him the fight.
Time.
And Cadian will just peek out and get him shot in the back. Well, this could be over. 4 cracks at the apple to end this series, to claim it, to roll on through. And Liquid don't seem to be slowing down much here.
No. Not at all. I mean, Yekindar gets a ton of information. Yes, like you said, he goes down, but he gives his team the go-ahead to charge into that A site. They take it without any resistance, and Wildcard on the retake just can't get anything done. Yes, Stanislaw comes through and manages to get a frag, makes it interesting, but really only for a couple of seconds because he didn't have time to get the defusal and get both frags anyway at that point. Naf, already up ramp, stands watching it. They got 3 players on the B site, one towards Long B, who's kind of out of position to challenge here. Now he'll be in a good position. We'll see what Naf can do. In the meantime, his teammates are taking mid relatively freely. No one watching, not a single person from either Donut or Red Room here. So much space being granted to Liquid, and I guess that's due to the nature of the buy-up here for Wildcard right now, with a shotgun, 2 FAMASas, and MP9 in the mix. They have to play those close angles. But I mean, I just didn't expect them to give this much space to Liquid. They can literally get into the B site without being spotted by anyone on the flank. Okay.
So knew about Naf, apparently. Stanislaw read that one from his old teammate. Been a minute since that happened, but back in the day. Optic boys together, and Stanislaw apparently not willing to let this game go. But they may not have a choice in it, because Twist is all the way through. Twist has control of the A site. The bomb needs to be retrieved. But it's going to be tough for them to get back around. Cadian caught. Oh, and Twist can't get around the corner. Wildcard, they got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Skulls has had a couple of chances at these clutches. This one, though, he's still got to get the bomb down, and he's legged. Should be a goner. He wants the damage. He's got it. One more gun taken out of play. It is another round for Wildcard to fight.
That is just Stanislaw, pretty much. Just taking 2 exceptionally timely fights to give the 5v3 advantage to Wildcard. So I was talking about it, like there's so much space that they gave up to Liquid, and Liquid could have walked into a flank towards A, a flank towards B, but they took a little bit too long to actually activate into that. You saw the result of it. Twist gets a 2K relatively freely, but the problem is by that point, Wildcard already had those early 2 frags thanks to their IGL. Twist gonna walk out, eats a nade, wants the space, gets it, and the frag afterwards. Great trade from Infinite. That's an important one. That means that mid space that's gained is now lost. How does Wildcard read this, though? Oh my goodness, these 2 players are stacked up in cave, and that means that if the smoke comes out here, which you think it would, Liquid will get the plant without a problem.
Open
no,
plants.
Not even the smoke. Yeah.
There it is. Nade chasing. Stand low. These SMGs, if they collapse on him, it's going to be a tough fight. No choices in the matter here. It's just MAC-10s on the other side, but I know what kind of damage those can do. There's only 1 kit. It's on Stan. If Stan drops in cave, the CT players will have to rotate around to get it, and well, that might not be an issue. The CT players don't seem to be able to make any headway. And they're dropping, and everyone's gone. Liquid get it done with the SMGs. 13-9 the scoreline. It's another strong map out from Liquid. Wildcard showed us more, though. Wildcard has showed us more. Yep. They showed us some fight. They showed us some gumption. They showed us some big rounds. They didn't show us a map win, though, unfortunately.
No, they couldn't get to that point. And I mean, that's just because the testament to how strong Liquid is right now. And I mean, look, yes, they challenged at the beginning of the half. They won the pistol round. They converted off of it. Liquid really couldn't get things together in the early goings, and they lost 1 rifle round. That's what gave Wildcard that path back in to tie things up at 8-8. But then once they got the rifles in hand again, it was back to the same old story for Liquid. Although I admit Wildcard did challenge a lot more. That looked more interesting. It still felt like every time that they were close to getting around victory, Liquid was always there to challenge. And I mean, they did manage to get 1 more afterwards, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely getting stronger and stronger as well as time goes on. We'll see if they can make it through to IEM Chengdu. They will wait in the grand finals. Let's take a look at the bracket here, see what the update is from the lower. M80 up a map on Boss. That's into map number 2. Though Boss have a slim lead in map 2, so we'll see what's going to happen there. Could be a rematch between Wildcard and M80. And then the winner of that matchup will face Liquid in the grand finals. That's going to wrap up our broadcast here tonight, folks. John will be back tomorrow with you alongside Laz to conclude this qualifier. And we'll see who's going through to IEM Chengdu. But for now, good night, everybody. See you next time.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to come out.